Shalom, all praises to Most High, all praises to His holy name. Back again by the grace and mercy of the Most High, all law, in the name of Yahweh. I'm going to start back off where I left off yesterday about in this message. Hopefully I can finish it today, hopefully. But I had a thought. The Most High said in His word, He said, the earth is His and the fullness thereof, and everything in it. And because I'm the son of the Most High, and I really am, if you understand scripture, you know I'm not boasting. I'm just telling the truth. So, since I'm the son of the Most High, why should I let anything interfere with my life or block me? Then in this thought, I showed that kind of I blocked myself, in a sense. Because although I have the freedom, for He said the meek shall inherit the earth, and because He said, I am His inheritance, meaning Israel, He said He has given me all things, which included the earth, as my inheritance. So the way I used to sit around, and it was kind of uncomfortable because I would have to sit in this chair all the time. But now I changed it around so I can only sit in this chair while I'm doing His work, while He's doing His work through me, like right now. But I had it in such a way that I was kind of hemmed in between the bookshelf and the desk and a chair and a bigger desk. But then, since I have the authority because I have the word to stand on, told me I can do anything in my environment. Where is my environment? The whole earth. Because the Most High said, the earth is mine and the fullness thereof. And all things is yours. How about me? You know what that means by saying me, though. I can only speak for myself. So what I did, I moved stuff around. Since I'm sovereign in my environment, that means wherever the Most High created, that's my environment. Even if the corporation puts something in my environment. Why? Because it's sitting on the foundation of the things the Most High created. Therefore, I can walk on it. And I'm going to do whatever I want on it. As long as He said, Christ, I give you a new commandment. It's really not a new commandment, but He just simplified it. He said, to love all law with all my mind, body, heart, and soul, and to love my brother as myself. So the only thing I can't do in His environment is hate him and hate my brother. So there's nothing else I can't do. Because the other thing, I'm not breaking the law. So you kind of showed me a little something like this. See, first I had to move around. But now with the way I changed things in my environment, maybe, and plus I'm wearing my fringes too. I just want to show you. Not that that's all things, but at least I'm wearing them. But I'm able to get up around, move around, and do this and do this, and ain't nothing hindering me. Then if I want to rest again, I can just back up. Then I rest again. Move to the right, go get a book. Walk around. Still. So the thought came to me, I can do this everywhere. And guess what? I don't need no permission. Know why? Because the Most High said, I swear by myself. And since I can't think about nobody greater, I swear by myself. That's what all law said. So I don't need nobody else to agree. Just me and Him. Father, amen. It is so. I had another thought. It said, being a perfect peace. Hopefully I bring that to you too. And since I know he's all law, and all of his promises are yea and amen, that's why I put on this mind it was also in Yahweh. That's how he thought. Because all law's word is yea and amen, it don't have to include you if you don't agree. Because why? Who are you? And I don't mean that in a disrespectful who are you, but if you disrespect the word of Allah, who are you? He didn't tell me to love you if you hate. He said, I love them that love me. So he told me to love them that love him too. If you don't love him, who are you? What you gonna do about me doing what I want to do in my environment? Which is everything he created. Because he said all things is his, even you. So long as I love him and love my brother, I can do whatever I want to do in his environment because I'm king. I'm his son. This is a thought I just want to share that came to me. And I don't live my life based on likes. As long as he like it, I love it. That's why I'm me, and that's why you. All right. Let me continue. I'm not going to go on a great sequility. What's the word? Sequiliquy. I'm just going to go ahead and continue with the word. Hopefully I can finish it today on this topic. I left off around second Aki. See, because when you live off of his word, no matter what an illusion does, you know that his word is true, and nothing can happen outside of his word. And all of his promises are yea and amen. That's it. That's it. That's how I think. So I don't worry about nothing else. If he said it, it is. It is so. That's what I think. Second Aki 5:69. And his spirit moved upon the face of the waters. If you want to get the rest, go to other videos of this topic. But I'm going to start right here. And his spirit moved upon the face of the waters. And immediately there appeared in the light of all law. And guess what? All law is the real world. It's the real reality. So what happens when a shadow comes into what is the light? What happens when darkness comes into the light? It disappears. That's why those shadowy things don't exist to me. And why can the shadowy things can't touch me? Because the light is shining. And the light has brought to revelation the lies and deceptions in the shadows. And once they did that by confession, because he said, every tongue shall confess, and they did. Once it's confessed, it's on the record. So anytime the shadow stuff do something against the de jure sovereign, all law, the shadow is in violation for all to know. They can't hide. So I'm not worried about no shadows. So in the words of, and can't copyright me for this because this is fair use. I'm just borrowing a few lines from it. What I want you to know, baby, just how I feel. Baby, I want to know. Most High said, I'll be good to you, good to you, good to you. Forever and ever. For all his promises are yes and amen. Found out yesterday he thought over 1,000 years of how good he's gonna be to me when he was creating me. So you think he's gonna let a shadow overshadow his truth, what he said to me? No, he's not. So who are you? See, if you want to disrespect me with shadows, I'm gonna disrespect you with the truth. And who is you? But if you're my brother and you are a true brother, I'm gonna love you. Like he said. Because he said, I love them who love me. And his spirit moved upon the face of the waters, and immediately there appeared in the light of all law all the spirits of the watchers of the presence whose souls are eternal. The way I read that means somebody's soul ain't eternal. And he said, I love those who love me. I didn't know this was coming, but it fit though, since I'm reading it. And all the spirits of the watchers of the presence whose souls are eternal, and he knew would be ever faithful. That means the ones that love him. That's why they souls eternal. Whose souls are eternal and who knew he would be ever faithful and true. And immediately all of the living spirits of the leaders of the Ergadashad, holy watchers, thronged about the soul of Tapara. We found out that that's the firstborn, church of the firstborn. With a bond of love for that church, the elect. That those out of the great heart of all law, and all law said, what a joy it is to me to bestow such blessings. See, I ain't worried about you. If you ain't worried about all law, if you ain't worried about me, so what? That's you. That's your opinion, which means nothing to me. Why? Because all law said he loved me, he gonna bless me forever. See, I don't worry about shadowy things and small things. What is that to a king? And all law said, what a joy it is to me to bestow such blessings and riches of joy upon me, on this Zion. Surely, these 24 faithful ones, now he's talking about the high priest community. We need those who follow with them and come to their aid, who will also bless this, my lovely one. He's called all things to bless me. And again, immediately, see, what happens is when I'm reading the word of God, the devil, the enemy is always out trying to put doubt in my mind, because he already know all law word is true. You can't put no doubt in my mind. I'm convinced. His word is true. So what you do is irrelevant to me. Because guess what? All law word can't fail. It can't fall to the ground. Unless it's accomplishes what to do. So he thought for 1,000 years of all the blessings he's going to bestow upon me forever. So how is your little 30 seconds of life going to change what he did for over 1,000 years? Stop lying to yourself, because your tricks and your illusions ain't going to have nothing to do with me. You're only condemning yourself. You need to repent, because you have a great grandeur of illusion if you think, I don't care if you get 1 million people to think like you. Guess what? 1 million people has already passed away before. And so will you, if you continue in your wickedness. What a joy it is for me to bestow such blessings and riches of joy upon her. Surely these 24 faithful ones will need those who follow with them and come to their aid, who will also bless this my lovely one. And again, immediately there appeared, see, that's why he said, command those to give unto you what I already paid the price to have, to give you, that I already thought about for 1,000 years when I was creating you. That's their purpose. He said, if they don't serve their purpose, then I'm going to kill them. Because I'm the apple of his eye, not you. I'm talking to the wicked. Your purpose is to serve me and him. He already said that you when I read these things, he said, so what? What they got to do with me or him? His word his word will never pass away. You will, though. And he already said there's only some souls that are eternal. So you need to hold on to your wicked soul while you can. Because what's gone. And then we found out that in the celestial world, that's gonna come up of the people that already went through punishment, and then the ones that repent, they're gonna be able to come and dwell among the righteous in another world, not the celestial. But you traitors and Uncle Rugguses and Judases, along with Esau, you're gonna be judged. You're gonna perish, and then he's gonna resurrect you to let you know that give you a final sentence of eternal judgment, which means now he's gonna kill you again. And you're going to dwell in utter darkness and gnashing of teeth until the day he decides to just go ahead and destroy your wicked soul. That's why I said don't fear man, but fear him who's able to destroy both body and soul. Only he can do that. Because if not, the soul must exist. Why? Because he spoke it into being. Everything he speaks into being, it can't disappear. Only he can make it disappear. That's why he's called all law. That's why he's called the highest. Someone you're going to learn to respect one way or the other. Hopefully you learn it on this side. He said, because it's appointed man wants to die, but after this, the judgment. It's too late then. Once you get on the other side, now you're going to get judged. And then when he come back, if you were very wicked and without repentance, he's going to say, well, since you didn't obey me and since I can't have no wickedness in the environment anymore, I'll just go ahead and destroy your soul, and then I'll take the element of it and I'll just create something good out of it. That's in the sealed portion. So I'm not worried about the wicked. But the wicked are too stupid to realize they need to worry about all law. Too foolish. Why? I said a fool says there's no God. So I'm not disrespecting you other than what the word says. And Allah said, what a joy it is for me to bestow such blessings and riches of joy upon her. Surely these 20, he said, it pleases him to give me the kingdom. Surely these 24 elders, 24 faithful ones, will need those who follow with them and come to their aid, and who will also bless this my lovely one. The book of remembrance of Enoch, the same book of Haggai, starting at verse 75 and 70, 75 and 70. And now at this day, all of the elements of creation know what they are, and they know their purpose. And they also know the meaning of the life they have been given. You just stay in your lane. And in their newness, they all love one another, because now they realize the pecking order the Most High created. This is the mind you're supposed to have. So all you other nations, including the people they call Israelis, you need to repent, and you need to stay in your lane and realize the pecking order and the way all law created it. And they all embrace the definition that they have been given in their creation. And now, my children, and know, my children, that as you are called to dress and keep eating, it may not always be that the order of life that is here will remain the same. For all living souls can choose for themselves which way they will go. You say you better choose right, though. And all creation is made out of my love for you and none else. Talking about me. I just read it to you in another book called Remembrance, in chapter 2 of Aki. See, I don't care if you get offended about things I say. What you gonna do about it? What, stalking? That's only damning your soul. Your soul, they ain't mine. My soul is eternal. And I don't mind saying those things if he said it. So if he said it and I said it, and you get offended, that's on you. That's why I say what he say when it comes to his word. He'll back that. That's why we went through so much through the days of our probation. Amos 3 and 2. You only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities. That's what he did. But then he brought me out. He brought you out. If you are really his family. See, the wicked dudes, they try to make loud noises like they don't listen, like they don't want to hear that. Well, guess what? You heard it. That's why you turned it up, because you was listening. You was eavesdropping. And then when you heard something that you don't want to hear, I tell you all the time, don't listen then if you get offended. But guess what you do? You always listen. And then when you get offended, then you start trying to offend. You reveal who you are. But that don't matter. What is that to me? And what is that to all? That's only to your condemnation, not mine. Because I'm giving you what he said. That means now you define his words. That means you don't love him with all your mind, body, heart, and soul, and now you his enemy. Because he loved those who love him. And apparently you don't love him. Joel 2:27, and you shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, the lights, and that I am Allah, your power, Yahweh, and none else. That I am Allah, your power, the great king, and none else. What does none else mean? He's only for me. And you, if you are Israel, a light, Israelite. And my people should never be ashamed. Let's see what ashamed means. See, that's my power. That's the secret to my power right there. His word. That's why I walk out in the midst of you like you are a shadow, even though you try to surround me with lies. When I run through you have to disappear and dissipate because I'm the truth, baby. And you know it. And we found out since I'm gonna never be ashamed, I was never and I shall never be pale face. You know the ones behind all this foolishness. Shame is an adjective. Old English, a scheme, feeling shame, filled with shame, past particle of Essene, to feel shame. He said, I ain't got nothing to feel shame about. All your accusations is just that. I've been forgiven for everything that I was ashamed about. What about you? You still acting in shame, so you still are guilty of shame. Don't put your shame off on me. I've been redeemed. Matter of fact, I was redeemed before I got here. That's why I said, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm, because who can lay anything to the charge of my elect? I'm his work. Even when I was doing wrong, or whatever wrong that was, I was still his work to confound you. That's why he brought me forth with the truth in the time of his dispensation for you to learn from. And I'm not the guilty one. You are. Because he said I should never be ashamed. Be ashamed, blush, cause shame. I ain't causing no shame. See, shame and compare German Essene, the verb is, they always talk about something obsolete. That means they don't want to reveal the truth. That's all. But the word is revealing the truth. But the past particle lives on. The meaning reluctant through fear of shame. He said, I ain't got to worry about that. He told me, I command you not to fear. See, if you fearing and you are Israelite, you in sin. Why? Because all law word his word must prevail. Because he's all law. His word cannot fall to the ground until it's accomplished what it's said to do, and that's eternal. Why do you think he don't have to repeat himself? And when he repeats himself, he just letting you know that's for sure gonna happen now. It's gonna happen in the first place, but when he's repeating it, he's letting you know, well, look out for this one. Because although all my words are not gonna fall, but when I keep on repeating myself, you better watch out now. Because I done repeated myself more than 2 times. More than once, really, but when I start saying stuff over again 2 or 3 times, you better be careful. See, the word, it builds up a force field around me, man. When I hear his word, I know his word is true. Therefore, I fear no evil. That's why I walk with my head up in the midst of the valley of the shadow of death, and I fear no evil. Because it's just a shadow. Joshua 1:9, have not I commanded you? Be strong and of a good courage. Be not afraid, neither be you dismayed. For all law, your power is with you wheresoever you go. He told me that literally. So since he told me that, who are you to tell me something different? You can't. Shame is a action word. It says be ashamed, blush, feel shame, call shame. Shame is the noun. It's Old English scamo. Scamo says don't be afraid of your scamming. He said, because the way he made it, the way he created it is, you're going to always become ashamed when you do these things to me, and I'm always be on the top. That's the way his word created it. It got to happen that way. That's why he made them, he said, all tongues shall confess, and they did. So now, no matter what you do, it's already on the record of your wrongdoing to people like me, who are Israelites. And since it's on the record of your wrongdoing, there's eyes, his eyes are in all places, observing the good and the evil. So when you do things to try to be scandalous and try to be scamful against people like me, it's already on the record of your wrongdoing, of your acknowledgement of the wrongdoing from your king. So the same devils is going to persecute you. Why? They work for all law on the left-hand side. That's why I said my eyes are in every place, observing both the good and the evil. He said, it pleases me to do you harm just as I would do you good. He gonna be pleased either way. So if you choose to do bad faith actions, it's going to please him to harm you. And if you be obedient and you love him with all your mind, body, heart, and soul, and you love the Most High and your brethren as yourself, it's going to please him to not let you be ashamed. That you can't be harmed. Shame means painful feeling or of guilt or disgrace. Confusion caused by shame. Let me show you who's going to be ashamed. And they ain't going to be me. All right, let's see. See, because I got to show you all things in the scriptures, not just my thoughts. This is the sealed book of Moses. The words of Moroni, and let me make sure I'm saying this. Yeah, the sealed book of Mormon, Moses, the words of Moroni, verse 22. Then Yahweh shall descend from the heavens with sounds of trumpets, accompanied by a chariot entourage, and horses and wheels of fire, which shall cover the heavens as a cloud cover the earth. And all the nations that have pierced him done bad faith actions to his people, including him when he was here. And all the nations that have pierced him shall feel ashamed. That don't sound like me, do it. That's why he said this. See, the Most High, you can kind of say he holds grudges in a sense. Just because he don't get you right away, he gonna get you. Because he said, you gonna be ashamed. That's why he gonna do this. Now it's starting to make more sense, ain't it? Jeremiah 30:11. For I am with you, says Allah, to save you. Though I make a full end of all nations, whither I have scattered you, yet will I not make a full end of you, but I will correct you in measure, and I will not leave you altogether unpunished. Who is he talking about? He's going to make it more clear right here. Jeremiah 46:28. Fear you not, O Jacob, my servant, my son, says Allah, for I am with you. For I will make a full end of all the nations whither I have driven you. But I will not make a full end of you, but I'll correct you in measure, yet I will not leave you wholly unpunished. See, these words are in my heart. They're written in my conscience. Therefore, when you do something, I know that that's only for a season, and that season is over. Why? Because he's spoken it right here for me. I'm not under judgment. You are. And every time you still try to do bad faith actions towards me, guess what? You add to your judgment. Because he said, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. And he made your boss tell you that, the Roman Catholic Pope, who owns all the corporations. He said, don't listen to any order to harm an American Israelite. And that's based on knowledge and the word combined with what they admitted to. Because every tongue shall confess, and they did. By necessity. What was that necessity? Because all things must come by his word. His word already promised that they was going to confess. And they did. See, even if they don't never like publicly confess, they already did. But those who have eyes to see already saw it, and those who have ears to hear already heard it. That's Zion. Lamentations 4:21-22. Rejoice and be glad, Edom. That's the culprit. Why the nations are doing what they're doing. That's the culprit, Edom. That dwelling in the land of America. Because you're not Americans. You Edomites. The Americans are the Israelites. And it's been proven to you based on the word and knowledge that they provide themselves. What was it called before they got here? America. Garden of Eden. They added the United States part, which is a corporation for Americans. But they tried to change it and say of them. That's why they did what they did. But the Most High, I know use Donald Trump's statement, making it great again, but not how they think. Quiet as it kept, Donald Trump know what he's talking about too when he said that. Because he said, they don't like Indians to me. And then the Book of Mormon already foretold Donald Trump. I read it to you before. I'm not saying Donald Trump is a saint or nothing like that, but everybody got to keep the commandment of all law. So he's just doing his part. They said a righteous man would come as a president. Righteous man just means he who does right. And he said, they don't like Indians to me. Speaking about the Europeans. They paid $5 to be classified as an Indian. Who is truly an Israelite, the quote-unquote Negro. He said, rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwelleth in the land of Uz. So if you say it like that, Donald Trump is the Most High servant. That doesn't mean he does what the Most High wants him to do. Everybody is the Most High servant, on the right hand or the left hand. He controls all things. Therefore, that's why I'm confident in what he said about me. And I ain't got to worry about you. That's why I walk through you without fear. Like he commanded me. Because he already told you, you better not touch me. Rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwelleth in the land of Uz. The cup shall also pass through unto you. You should be drunken and shall make yourself naked. The punishment of your iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. Remember he just said, Jacob, he going to chastise us for a while. He just told us right here, the punishment of your iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. I'm not longer being punished. He will not carry you away into captivity. I'm not a slave. I'm a sovereign by the only acknowledgement. I'm king. I'm the son of the great king. He's the king of kings and the master of masters. The sovereign of sovereigns. And what is the son of a great king? A king. Only thing about this, though, our great king ain't gonna never pass away. Therefore, it don't work with the way the world works. You know, when the worldly king dies, then the prince become the king. No, he ain't gonna never pass away. So therefore, he just gone and gave me my inheritance as kingship. He's the great king, though, and I'm just king under him, but I'm still greater than you because I'm his son. He will no more carry you away into captivity. He will visit your iniquity, O daughter of Edom. He will discover your sins. Shame is a noun. Get back to who he's talking about going to be ashamed. The words of Moroni, chapter 22, verse 22. Then Yahweh shall descend from the heavens with the sounds of trumpets, like right now. That's why he's talking so blunt to you. I'm not saying he's not going to literally come back. He is coming back. But Elijah is blowing trumps right now. Accompanied by an entourage and horses and wheels of fire that's coming. We shall cover the heavens as the clouds cover the earth. Just imagine that. Chariots at the Most High rise in, but he's going to have all the rest of the angels rolling with him. His entourage. Covering the sky. Just imagine you saw one. That would be a frightful vision for some people. But imagine the whole sky being covered with it. So that means so many, no matter where you at, you still see all of them because they over the whole sky. Whatever land you on, you're going to see it. That's why he said this. Which shall cover the heavens as the clouds cover the earth. And all the nations that have pierced him will feel ashamed. And what else are they going to do? And the people of the world of mankind been afraid shall flee without direction. Stand, and the devil will flee from you. Without direction. Nobody gonna be able to tell them what to do about it. They ain't gonna have no answer. They're gonna be in confusion, like he said about Japheth. From their dwellings, and as reptiles shall hide themselves in their slits, and a storm will sweep the four corners of the earth, as if by a strong wind that would fill the four corners of the sky. When finally Yahweh comes down into his temple, remember he said, and I read into it, he said he's going to come down into his prophet. Read that yesterday. Not to bring peace among the nations, that's why you're mad, but to annihilate those who ruin the earth. The great whore, headed by the Roman Catholic Church, and the modern day saints incorporated, not us, the real modern day saints. This is all European nations, the great whore. Yeah, to set fire to the chaff. Judah shall be a fire, and Ephraim shall be a flame, and Esau a house of stubble, a chaff. I'm just putting the scriptures together, precepting. The Most High is talking. Isaiah 9:21, Manasseh, Ephraim, and Ephraim, Manasseh. See, Manasseh was really the firstborn. And Ephraim was the second. But it said, and Ephraim now is first, because he got the promises, the leader. Manasseh, and they together shall be against Judah. That was at that time. For all this anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. That was then. But he said, Judah should no longer vex Ephraim. Ephraim should no longer envy Judah. But now it says, since he put it back together again in his rightful order, Obadiah 1:18, and the house of Jacob shall be a fire. It don't mean he's gonna be on fire. He's gonna be a fire. And the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau for stubble. And they shall kindle in them and devour them, and there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau. For all law has spoken it. That's that. That's that. You can get mad all you want, but this is Most High's words. Stubble is a noun. Century 1300, stumps of grain stalks left in the ground after reaping. So in other words, what happens when you reap and take all of the life from out the ground and you leave the stump there that has no life? So that takes away your rapture theory. If there was such thing as rapture, you're not going. You got left behind. That's all of the churches in the field of the world, including those quote-unquote Negroes that's with them in your religions. That's why I said, come out of here, my people, so you won't be a stump, a stubble with them. From Old French, a stubble. From vulgar Latin, stupula, reduced from Latin stupula, stalk, straw. See, stipu, applied with 1590s to brittle on a man's unshaven face. Stupul, now small appendage at the base of the petiole of a leaf. See, all of the green things has already been delivered. All you is just the stubble. You throw that away, burn that up. It's no good. What is it good for? That's why I said the only thing you good for is to serve me. If not, what's your purpose? This is the Most High, is how he think. French stupule, from Latin stupula, stalk, or of hay, straw. To stick, compress, stiff. He said, you're stiff. Old English stiff, rigid, inflexible. From Proto-Germanic, inflexible source. Pressed together, packed, scram. Coagulates, stemma, slow. Small stone. Packed down, stripes, posts, tree, trunk. Of battles and competition from to keep a stiff upper lip. The noun of a stiff, corpse, dead body. That's how the Most High see you. That's how I see Esau. And that's how he see the quote-unquote Negroes that hang with him, the Uncle Ruckuses. You a stiff then. A corpse, a dead body. 1859, slang from stiff, adjective, which had been associated with the notion of rigor mortis since 6th century. He said that's why he call you the living dead. Meaning working man. Then you know right there, he didn't cause his children to work. You made them work. It said that in the sealed portion. Everything that the Most High said about you, you tried to make us be that. in your kingdom. Now you see why they treated the quote-unquote Negroes the way they did. They already knew what because it even tells you that in the books of remembrance. It said, this is how they see themselves. So they put off how they see themselves on you. And that was part of your punishment. The Most High allowed them to do that. But now that's over. If you love him with all your mind, body, heart, and soul, and love your brother and as yourself. Because he said, we're not going to never go back into captivity. First recorded 1930. Earlier genitive sense of contemptible person. But sometimes merely man, fellow. So that's why he said the difference between man and the other called man is my image. See, they not in his image. Slang meaning something or someone bound to lose. Ooh. Original of racehorses from notion of a corpse. Stiff. And you can't say I had evil intention when I came here, because I had no idea what these things was going to say. Like I said, a lot of times I have no idea what he's going to say. I just say what he said. And since y'all watch me all the time, you know I wasn't sitting around writing. Saying, let me make that fit here. I don't do it like that. That's why I always get away from when my attention matches the way I wrote it down. And I don't never finish it the way I wrote it, because he always go a different way. Stiff, the verb, late 14th century, to make stiff. From stiff, the transitive mean fail to tip. American English originally amongst restaurants and hotel workers, probably from stiff. Now, in some sense, perhaps in slang sense, of corpse, because dead men pay no tips. And from the contemptible person sense, extended by 1950 to cheat. But guess what? He already made a solution. You can't cheat. Why? Because he made you make confessions on the record. So then now you under the letter of the law now. You ain't got no grace. Now you got to answer to all law. And when you try to cheat all law, now there's no grace for you. So guess what all law gonna do to you? If you try to cheat him, if you try to cheat me, you cheating him. Because he already promised that all things are mine. So he can't let his word drop to the ground. He got to let you be a stiff. And guess who else got to help him? That same devil that told you to cheat him. That's why he said he ain't going to stand behind you. Isaiah 60:12, for the nation and kingdom that will not serve you shall perish. They're going to be a stiff. Yeah, those nations, he said that nation, which was Esau, shall perish. And those nations that help him too. Yeah, those nations shall be utterly wasted. See, for the Nation and the Kigdom, Esau, that will not serve you shall perish. Yeah, those Nations shall be utterly wasted. Shame now. Old English scamo, painfully feeling of guilt or disgrace. Now let's finish in the words of Moroni, chapter 22, and I'll come back there. Then Yahweh should ascend from the heavens with sounds of trumpets, accompanied by a chariot entourage and horses and wheels of fire, which shall cover the heavens as clouds cover the earth. And all the nations that have pierced him are full of shame. And the people of the world of mankind, being afraid, shall flee without direction from their dwellings. And as reptiles shall hide themselves in their slits. And a storm will sweep the four corners of the earth as if by a strong wind that would fill the four corners of the sky, when finally Yahweh comes down in his temple, not to bring peace among the nations, but to annihilate those who ruin the earth. Yeah, to set fire to the chaff, bound in bundles. See those little stems that come from the green things that have no use to them no more. The little dead things, the corpses. Those Edomites and other people that help them. Am I making this up, or I'll just read it to you? So now you can't accuse me of lying, though. You can get offended all you want, that's your right, but it ain't gonna change nothing. You still stubborn. not to bring peace among the nations, but to annihilate those who ruin the earth. Yeah, to set fire to the chaff, bound in bundles, which are the churches in the field of the world. What? I got that from Brother Kodash. What? Bound in bundles, which are the churches in the field of the world. For his wheat shall be sheltered in his vineyard, in the harness of Yahweh in Zion. That's where I'm at right now. I'm in Zion. Matter of fact, I am Zion, because guess what Zion is made up of? The high priest. Now, this scripture makes more sense to you now with precepts. As for the other people, or as for the other man, which comes of Adam, you have said that they are nothing, but be like unto spittle. And it's likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel. See, now you can't say that he didn't really say that now. He said it and he meant it. Webster even knew it. But then he still tried to lie, said from the Albines. So that made Webster get caught in a lie. Race. The lineage of a family or continued series of descendants from a parent who is called the stock. See, that's why people are making the argument, I don't believe all Israel is quote unquote Negroes or black people. We're not black people, nor we Negroes, we're Israelites. But if that's what you want to be, you're welcome to it. But my argument to that was, this use common sense. Go look at your household. And look at your father in your household and see what all the children look like after him. And I guarantee you that there ain't going to be a mixture of nations in your family. You can just start with your household. Only way it's going to be a mixture of people in your household if you did some adoption or something like that. And I ain't talking about, you're going to say, well, see, that's what I'm talking about, adoption. No, he's talking about adopting the wicked Israel and Jacobites to come and become converted to a righteous Israelite. Then he said, now you under the adoption. You come back to the truth. But if you go live in somebody, you go look at everybody's household, they all going to look alike. And they ain't going to never change. They might necessarily look like their dad, but they're going to look like his uncle or brother or their grandfather, somebody in the past. Because they're from that race. They're from that stock. The lineage of a family or continued series of descendants from a parent who is called the stock. So since I'm saying that thing, Jacob is all Negroes. Got to be. That's the terms you use. Mosiah said we're Israelites. So I choose that word. But if I use the other words, it's only for description purposes. And black don't fit me. Yeah, I'm a dark-skinned man, but I'm not black. So even black don't even fit me. Because I'm not black. Let me look at myself again. Yeah, I'm light-skinned against her to black. Let's see what really black looks like. Yeah, I told the truth. I'm not black. A race is the series of descendants indefinitely. Let's see what indefinitely means. There I go again. Well, not I go again. The Most High got me going this way. So it's not according to what I wrote down to bring to you. It's about what he wants to be said. Indefinitely. Indefinitely is an adjective without settled limitation, boundless, indefinite. Anything now, a thing indefinitely for anything also meant somehow, anyhow. Glossy said, Cindy, Sindai, indefinitely Latin literally without fixed of day, without, you see, scans. Perpetuate. The action calls to endure or continue indefinitely. Preserve from extinction or oblivion. He said, Jacob, I'm going to use the term, right? I'm an Israelite, but I'm going to use the term that the world uses. Jacob, you are a Negro. That I let you know who you really are, an Israelite. And I calls to endure or to continue indefinitely. Reserved for extinction from, he said, I change not, therefore all law change not, therefore Jacob, you are not consumed or extinct or destroyed in oblivion, because I change not. A back formation for perpetuation, or else from Latin perpetuates, past particle of perpetual, to make perpetual. Continuous. Universal, see perpetual. Perpetual is adjective, mid-14th century. Perpetual, everlasting, unceasing, existing indefinitely, continuing forever, future time. That's why I said Jacob would never be pale nor grow pale, and then they said that was reference to pale face by the American Indians. That was a slang word for the European, the modern day European. Because we know all nations started out as Jacob, meaning Adam. But somebody grew pale. It wasn't me. Perpetual, everlasting, unceasing, existing indefinitely, continuing forever. So I don't want to hear nobody else talking about, I don't believe that, because then I don't know who you're working for, sellout. Jacob might be from dark skin to light skin based on who Jacob slept with, but he's still a Negro, quote unquote Negro, but an Israelite, the Most High calls. It gotta be. He just told you it's impossible for him to be anybody else, because he comes from Jacob's seed. So I don't want to hear nobody else talking about, well, he can be everybody. He cannot be. That's impossible. Go look at your family tree and see if it's made of everybody. Well, when it comes to word of all law, all of a sudden everything become a fairy tale. For the word of all law is dealing with real life. It's not a fairy tale book. It's telling you about things that has happened, did happen, and is going to happen in your life as the world. That's what the scripture is all about. It's not some fairy tale book. That's what Christianity and religions did. And this is the history and the future, the past, the present, and the future that the Most High sees it all at once at the same time. About the family of Jacob. That's what the scripture is all about. But the European man made it be about everybody so everybody can kick in with the dividends. That's just the truth. Perpetual adjective, perpetual, everlasting, unceasing, existing indefinitely, continuing forever in future time, uninterrupted, continuous, without end, directly from Latin perpetual, universal, in medieval Latin, permanent. And that's what I am. I'm permanent because I used to be on probation. Remember how he said that he allows us to come down to learn in probation or to be tested? Because he told me I was coming down. I wasn't supposed to be taught by nobody. I'm supposed to teach. But some of y'all is this though. Hebrews 5:12, and how you know it? Because you talking about. See, that's why Christ said, Nicodemus, you a Pharisee and you don't even know this. He's trying to tell you know a lot about a lot of stuff that sounds important and intelligent, but you don't know the scriptures. That's what these people are doing. They make you sound like they know this and what time period that happened. And well, what does God say though? You don't know that. But you sound intelligent because you know what time period that happened, that time. And that's who told you a lot of that, man. So you can go all around the world, and I'm not disrespecting nobody, but you can go all around the world and see this and see that they put there. And now you can say that you have the knowledge to tell what happened. No, that's their knowledge. He said you can stay right where you at and learn of me. And he said, because I'm more intelligent than them all. For I am the way, the truth that brings you to eternal life. Hebrews 5:12, for when for the time you ought to be teachers, you have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of all law. He said, if you're going to be speaking of an oracle of all law, you have need of one to teach you again. That's why I'm teaching you. And I ain't been half the places you've been. I'm just doing what he told you, line upon line, precept on precept, here a little, there a little. And there's no other foundation can be laid, which has already been laid. So by all these other people who's working for the system, that's trying to lie to the people of how great they're doing all these things, that you just been paid off, man. Stop lying. This you part of the illusion. You try to keep me isolated in one spot, and I'm still bringing you the truth. Why? This is his work. And you can't keep me isolated in one spot. I can go wherever I want to go. And once I go and get my truck, I'm going to show you. Better than I can tell you. And even though I just ride down the street every day to my certain spot I would like to go to, that's still my will. And I become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. He said, you still need milk. Because we got all these people trying to prove that they can do it themselves. That's been done before. He said he's not going to suffer us to be like them of old. And you doing it. But the true ones, true oracles of all law, is going to do it the way he told us. build upon his foundation by his word. This is his word, not yours. So anybody that's trying to prove how they can draw everybody together and they can make everything better for everybody by their own works, you're not working for Allah. Because he said there's no other foundation that can be built upon than this foundation that is laid. Built upon the apostles, the prophets, and Yahweh himself being the chief cornerstone. You build on any other foundation than that, you building on sand, and it's going to fall. That's why I just tell you what he says. He's already built the foundation. And this is his work to bring forth the kingdom. That's why I'm doing it like he told me, according to his foundational measurements. He took me somewhere. See how Zion is built just like this. Revelation 11, 1-4. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood saying, rise and measure the temple of Allah. This is the temple he's coming back into. And the altar and them that worship therein. But the court which is without the temple, leave out and measure it not. That's the stubble. All the churches in the field of the world. For it is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months. He's talking about Israel. He was talking about Jacob right there. But they're the ones who went away from his foundation. But now that even includes the real Gentiles. And I will give power unto my two witnesses, the Book of Mormon, the book of the Bible and the Book of Mormon, concealed in the sealed portion, which also includes all the books of remembrance, the Apocrypha, Jasher, Enoch, etc. All the books that agree with his word that the Roman Catholic Church took out. So he wouldn't be revealed who the true people are. But the Most High said, this is my work. I'm still going to reveal it. And I'm going to make you confess. And they did by necessity. And I will give my power unto my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. We already found out what that meant, if you remember that teaching. These are the two olive trees. The southern kingdom and the northern kingdom. And these are the two candlesticks, the Bible and the Book of Mormon, concealed in the sealed portion, standing before all law of earth. And these are the measurements. He gave us, he had us put on that suit. You know, like you go to a tailor to get measured for your once you get in shape and all that stuff, especially if you ever been to an academy, anything like that. They wait till you get to your most fittest form, and then they measure you for the graduation, the suit, the wedding gown. This is what the wedding gown look like. Revelation 21-15. And he that talked with me had a golden reed to measure the city, and the gates thereof, and the wall thereof. Revelations 21:17. And he measured the wall thereof 144 cubits to fit the 144,000 high priests, according to the measure of a man, that is, of the angel. So now you see who you're talking to. Race. The lineage of a family or continued series of descendants from a parent who is called the stock. A race is the series of descendants indefinitely. Thus, all mankind are called the race of Adam. And Adam was a quote-unquote Negro, so that means everybody came from the stock of the Negro. I'm using the term, the Yasser. But then through some mad scientific experiments through witchcraft and sorcery, somebody grew pale. Sin. The border of wickedness. Because, they always experiment and stuff. The Israelites are of the race of Abraham and Jacob. Thus we speak of a race of kings, a race of Clovis or Charlemagne, a race of nobles, etc. And then Webster went off a little bit. He said, for example, the long race of Albine fathers come. Always trying to put it back on there. All right, let's go to etymology on Wordline Dictionary. I put an Albine, but someone came up and said Albania. Let's see what that says. See, Webster didn't put the term. Why would you say a race of where Albines come from? But then when you put an Albine, tell you nothing about it. He was trying to cover something. But then in etymology online dictionary, it goes to Albania. Medieval Latin name of the country called by its inhabitants from medieval Greek Albania, which is probably from pre-IE word alb, hill, also proposed as the source of Alps, from the Pi root albeo, white. See, alb, Roman Albania. See, he said they Romans. Was land by Caspian Sea, modern Dagestan. In English, Albania was a sometime name for Scotland. Ornat is a noun native of Albania, especially as part of the Turkish military forces. 1717 from Turkish Ornat, from modern Greek Ornabits, metacized, and we have found that the Romans are a mixture of Esau and Japheth, according to the book of Jasher. Chapter 90, verse 1 through 11. Warsaw, Polish capital, Polish Warsaw, is of unknown origin. Now we know them. The Warsaw Pact, Cold War Eastern Bloc military alliance, is from the Treaty of Warsaw, signed there May 14th, 1955. Signatories were the Soviet Union, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Hungary, Poland, Romania, and Albania. Albion, ancient name of England, attested in Old English, from Latin sometimes said to be from the non-Indo-Europeans. Alb Mountains. Otherwise, they just Mount Seir, man. Which also suggested as the source of Latin Alps, Albania, and Alba, an Irish name for Scotland, but more likely from Latin albus, white. That's why they try to call it, say they white people. See, even the bywords they give us tell us who we are, and the bywords they call themselves reveal who they are. He said Brailleton is Gorsego, Elon, Oit, was Igur, Alban, Hayden. Translation of Bad's Historia Ecclesiastica Gentis Algerium, century 900 CE. Perfidious Albion, a reference to the supposed treacherous policies of Britain when dealing with foreign powers. See, that ain't no allegedly. That's why even the Roman Catholic Pope told you that that's where all this stuff come from. The colors of the law and all this time, that's their policy. And when they trick you to say that you're a United States citizen, now you're under their policies to treat you bad. That's why the Most High said, confess with your mouth and believe with your heart, and they confess that all you have to do is confess with your mouth and believe with your heart, and you ain't got to prove it because it's already known. And he already set the foundation. And no other foundation that can be made, all you got to do is confess with your heart and believe with your heart. Confess with your mouth and believe with your heart now. It's already on record. And when you come back to him as an American, they can no longer do this to you. Because they already made all these announcements and confessions of who the Most Highest people truly are. That's why I'm going to go back to hear another confession that she made, speaking for the Roman Catholic Pope. I should know what's that by now, but I don't. I still gotta look for it. Not if all else. Let me go get the page. Where is it? All right, let's see. See, this is what they call study to show yourself approved. And I ain't doing nothing except what he told me to do. I ain't got to promote myself like I'm some great teacher or none of that stuff. All I got to do is do what he said. He said obedience is better than sacrifice. All I got to do is be obedient and do it like he told me. I ain't got to prove myself to be seen as some great somebody. All I gotta do is do what he say. That's pleasing to him. Because this is his word. And in doing so, guess what? He made me great. What did he say? Give and you shall receive. I'm just giving what he told me to give you. And guess what? I'm receiving the benefit of his giving. Because as they say, you can't outgive him. I profess that he's great. And guess what he did in return? He made me great. Why? I'm his son. For you all you people that want to say you black. He said, black people, you've been conned. By Anavon Rich, Roman Catholic Post Private Attorney. Well, we all been conned, but you've been conned more than the rest of us. Talking about you people that's really an American, but you want to say you black. And then you want to say you're a United States citizen. Say you've been conned more than the rest of them. Why? Because when you do that, you put yourselves under the Albans, British rule. That's what you've done when you do those things. Mosiah said, all you gotta do is come back to me. And then they can't touch you. That's why the Roman Catholic Post said, do not take any orders to harm an American, in which the true Israelites are. She said, well, we've all been conned, but you've been conned more than the rest of us. Everything I've seen, Martin Luther King Jr. took half a loaf, a grant of civil rights, and that at least temporarily prevented recognition of the natural and inalienable rights actually owed to black people. But you can't be a black people to receive it. Because ain't no such thing as a black people. Maybe he thought that half a loaf was better than none. And everybody that's trying to promote you to say that you are a black people, they working for Rome. Even if they are a black people. Because Israelites not going to tell you that. They're going to tell you you're an American Israelite. Called by all laws name. But he said, I can't make you be free. I can just show you the freedom. You got to stretch forth your hand, like in the garden, and come back into eternal life. See, I was an angel that was standing at the east side of the gate in Eden with the sword turning in all directions. And then you got to reach in your hand through the word and grab hold onto the truth and confess with your mouth and believe with your heart that you can be saved. Maybe he thought that half a loaf was better than none. Maybe he saw it was a stepping stone to eventually have the natural and inalienable rights of all people fully recognized and honored. Well, we'll never know what MLK knew or what he thought about this issue. And you really don't, because all you know about MLK is what people told you. You weren't there. But certain other things are sure. It's certain that the Democratic Party, see a portion tell you they both the same coin with different sides of the coin. Some of the Democrats and the Republicans, but this is true. If you grew up as a black man or a black woman or a quote unquote Negro man or woman, based on how you were taught, because you didn't know you was an Israelite back then when you first grew up. Most people didn't anyway. They tell you to vote Democratic. So she's telling the truth in that. It's certain that the Democratic Party that so many black and colored people identify with and support has in fact been their primary political opponents for decades. That's the shadow government. That's the deep state. Look at the history. Look at the voting records. It was Democrats that engineered conferring municipal citizenship on black people following the Civil War. That's why she always referencing, when she make that term over 150 years ago, she's talking about who they said black people. That's what all the confessions is too. He said, every tongue shall confess. And in that confession, the remedy is confess who you are. They confessing of their wrongdoing, and he telling you that you're going to confess of being called by his name. And that's going to make the ship right. That's why I said every tongue shall confess. It was Democrats that engineered conferring municipal citizenship on black people following the Civil War, effectively making them publicly owned slaves instead of privately owned slaves. So in other words, she said, if you are black people, you are a slave. See, in slavery, you was publicly owned. I mean, it was out in the public. Everybody knew you was a slave. But now you're a slave under United States citizenship of a corporation, still owned by the same slave owners. And you're so happy about it too. Let's go out there and vote. And when you do, you're just confessing that you're a slave. Because it's their corporation. They're the board members of their corporation. That's why your vote don't count. But if you come back to all law, then they got to answer to you and me. Because they was only here to serve me and you, if you are Zion. That's why through the confessions, everything turns back the way it's supposed to be. And America truly will be American great again. But not how you thought. You thought it was great again under white supremacy. And it was going to be great again under Israelite domain. The kingdom of all law. America truly will be great again because Zion is in America. Because America is the Garden of Eden. It was Democrats who substituted civil rights for natural and inalienable rights too. So when you confess to be a European citizen, that's what a United States citizen means. You're confessing that they're your lords. That's what she's telling you. And when you pledge allegiance to their flag, now you pledge allegiance to Satan, to them. That's what she's telling you. And the sealed portion told you the same thing. And all this information comes from the Library of Congress. They already know these things. It's on record. Therefore, when you confess to righteousness in Yahweh's name, as an American Israelite, or even if you just say you're an American being an Israelite, that's the same thing. And it's already on record. So now you got to be placed from under their headship to put back under Yahweh's headship, all law. And then they already know they can't touch you. That's why I tried to tell you before, the Most High had me, through the Spirit, told me to tell you, I don't care what kind of illusions they make. Because I'm standing on solid ground. I'm on holy ground. Even in my mind. So their illusions and their trickery don't work on me. Because I put on this mind, it was also in Yahweh, there was also in the mind that was in all law, that was also in Yahweh. And his word don't ever drop to the ground unless it accomplishes what it's going to do. And it's eternal. So no matter what they do or say, I know who I am. And I know my promises from all law. And he says, all of his promises concerning me is yes, and it is so. So even if you lie, that's you. You're not all law. And I don't care if you get a million, a billion liars on your side to make you feel confident. Because in the Most High's eyes, if you're against him, you stiffs. You're a dead man and women. And that comes in black and white, using terms. That only really belongs to Esau, because he's the one that promised to be a dead man by all law. But if he trick you into being on his side, I'm only using the scriptures. So you can't say I'm lying. You can say it, but ain't nobody gonna believe. Because once they listen to this themselves, they're gonna say, no, that man wasn't lying at all. If they're honest. Wisdom of Solomon 2:23-24. For all law created man to be immortal, and made him to be in an image of his own eternity. See, he's only talking about the ones in his image. The eternal soul. He said the rest of them is the spittle. Like a drop in the bucket. I read that to you. And even the book of Remembrance said it too, so it was more than just one witness. Nevertheless, through envy of the devil, the European man, came death into the world. He's the border of wickedness. He's the destroyer. And they that do hold to his side do find it. You find destruction. It was the Democrats who substituted civil rights for natural and unalienable rights too. The civil rights are merely privileges conferred by the municipal Congress, a border of European white men. And when you know what white means now, that means Albions. They come from the Caucasus Mountains. Mount Seir. That's what it means by when they say white. And that's what they mean by white supremacy. It was Democrats who substituted civil rights for natural and unalienable rights too. Civil rights are merely privileges conferred by the municipal Congress. So how some European men that the Most High says dead men gonna give you any rights or take any rights that they don't even have? It's all an illusion. That's what she's telling you. And they can be taken away from the municipal Congress on a whim. Why? Because they don't have no rights to do what they're doing. That's why the truth has taken away their rights. And they confess to it. That's why that Roman Catholic Albion, called the Pope, after he'd been found out by necessity, he said, I took the title by myself off called the Vicar of Christ. I'm not Christ at all. And the one before him took off the title of King of the North. He said, I'm not king at all. That's why Christ said he took all the crowns. And guess what? When he took all the crowns, guess who else he put the crowns on? Me. Because I'm an extension of him. And if you are an extension of him and you made the confessions by your mouth and you really are a Zion, he's talking about you too if you confess it and believe it through your actions. You can't be wishy-washy though. You talk big, but then when you in their face, then all of a sudden you're two-faced. Then you're not part of him. You can't serve both Christ and Alban. Civil rights are merely privileges conferred by the municipal Congress, and they can be taken away from the municipal Congress. See, and they can be taken away from the municipal Congress on a whim. And they can be taken by the municipal Congress because they don't have no right to take nothing. That's why the Most High took it, by making them confess, which is the word of all law. He said, every tongue shall confess. On the right-hand side and the left-hand side. But your natural and inalienable rights come from, I'll put it this way, she reversed it, but I'm going to put it in the proper form. But your natural and inalienable rights come from nature's all law, the God of nature. Think about it. You've been snookered if you call yourself a black person. And every leader that's promoting being black, they not working for all law. Even if it's somebody at your church, they saying they black. They got a kickback somehow. They think they got covered. They probably told them, if you do this, we ain't gonna bother you. But they lying. Satan always lying. He gonna kill them. And the Most High gonna allow it because you was a coward. And you're an unbeliever. You've been warned. Your blood ain't gonna be on my hand. So IUIC and all these other people, even your neighbor that you know that promotes being a black person, they all been given a false promise that they're gonna be okay. You're not gonna be okay. You've been lied to. You're the deceiver that's doing the deceiving, and all you're gonna die by the hand of the people who told you to do that said that they're gonna take care of you. They're not gonna take care of you because they can't. Only way you're gonna be all right is if you come back to the Father and be called by his name. You think he just be saying stuff to be saying it? No, he mean what he said. Galatians 21:8. But the fearful and the unbelieving and the abominable church and the abominable in actions and good bad faith action and the abominable and murderers hating your brother you and whoremongers and sorcerers and idolaters and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. That's you. So if you're going around telling the children of Israel that they black people, colored, black, African American, Negro, colored, all those things, and you promoting that, you a liar, and you're gonna have the second death. He already promised it to you. You can say, no, I'm not all you want. I just read it to you. It's on you. So guess what? Bishop Nathaniel and all those type of people that you put your trust in, even nigga down the street now, and your bishop and whoever say that they black people, or say that they're Negro, colored, and anything other than what the Most High calls you, more, that's not been called by his name, you're going to die the second death. Now, if you just use it for a description purpose and you let that be known, oh, that's just description purpose because to relate what people know or think they know to come back to the truth. Now, you're not lying. But if you try to say that someone is a black person, there's no such thing. Or any other term that the Most High doesn't use. That's why his word is the truth. So if you make a lie your identity, guess what? You don't exist and you're going to die. Because now you made yourself a shadow. But your natural and inalienable rights come from all law. And his personal name is Yahweh. His private name. But he says, shout this from the rooftops publicly so they can know about your private identity. And that comes with good faith actions. Think about it. You've been snookered. And you don't need municipal citizenship. It was conferred on you. That's why she told you that they told you that you only had civil rights. They told you that and they conferred that on you. But now the truth is out. She said, you don't need it. Just be an American. And she said, but you never needed it. And if you knew what it entailed, you would never want it either. Because they're going to kill you. Because they've been killing you. She said, you can choose to exercise your birthright political status as an American instead. Now, you know, you're going to get offended, but that's on you. I'm only here for the Israelites. Because I'm an Israelite prophet. Now, I've come not except for the lost sheep of the house of Israel that don't know that they're an American on this land. Because I'm a American prophet. Although this word goes to all Israelites all over the world. Wherever you are the true Israelite. But here I'm preaching to everyone that hears, but I'm an American prophet, meaning I'm an Israelite. I'm from the house of Joseph in the tribe of Ephraim. And that's why he's going to gather everybody here in America. He didn't say go to the east, he said come to America. They tell you now in the movies, coming to America. They didn't say going to Africa. Somebody going to take that out of context. Man, this sellout nigga said he was an American. Well, say what you will, but I bet you I'll be safe and you not. And I ain't got a bet. I know for a fact because he already said it and he made them say it. Although I can go anywhere in the world because it's his. But he didn't tell me to go anywhere in the world. He told me to be here or stay here in America. You can choose to exercise your birthright political status as an American instead. You can be truly free and have your natural and inalienable rights respected and protected. You can claim your own as assets for your own benefit. That's why I told you I'm going to start back up my private investigation company called One Step Ahead Detective Agency. My private security company called In Demand Private Security. And my CPR company called In the Balance CPR Service. In their natural and inalienable status of being in my American business, my private business. In their unincorporated form. That means I got to report to nobody. I don't need a license. Although I told the Bureau of Investigative Services out of respect, I said, once I'm able to do something good with it, I'm going to let you know. I let them know yesterday. I mean, once I learned how to do it in good faith. And they know I'm not lying. I told them that. So it's been restored back to its unincorporated state. The one, when the lady, when she told me a long time ago, she said, don't get yourself in trouble. But I had no idea what she was talking about. But now that I know, I've made the correction. She even said, I got the right to make correct mistakes once I know better. And I've done those things. You can claim your own assets for your own benefit. Like every other American, you simply need to know that you have that choice. And then you need to make it. And I made it. And the Most High made me a made man. His son. And what they do in what did the Godfather say once he make you? And I mean, even in the world. He put the word out. They're untouchable. And you better not touch them. But the Almighty Elo Father says, all law says, you better not touch me, and he make the devil say the same thing. Do not follow any orders to harm an American. And if you do, you're going to end up as a dead man. Let's paraphrase. I'm not boasting by my word. I'm using the Most High's word and the word he made them confess to. So I'm standing on the Most High's word, which is the truth. That's why I don't worry about what they say or do. Because they're going to stop me from receiving nothing that's mine. Because all his promises are yea and amen. Yea, and it is so. And I already told you, I object to all evil and bad phrase things. So it's on the record. I've objected to it. So anything they do now is definitely on them. Even if they try to trick me or try to make me do something, I was like, no problem, I'll just do it. If that's what you're going to try to hold against me to stop me from receiving. Because how you going to stop me from receiving anything that's mine? That's not called acquiescing either. And let me say this to clear this up for the record, because they're always trying to hold you to words. I don't have to do anything they tell me. But as far as they, like I told you, if I go buy get that AAA insurance, which is my right to do anyway if I want to do it. But even in that, I've already given you a notice of abatement concerning all of my private things. And everything mine is private. Although I speak publicly to make you aware of it. And everything I speak publicly to make you aware of that's part of my private business, even according to their rules, after 30 days, they acknowledge it. And I've been doing it, and everything I've made public about my private business have been made public. So they got to stand by it. And by their own acknowledgments, all my works is in good faith. But if they try to do something in bad faith or try to trick me, the Most High already told me he took away my covenant with death. So guess what? It all goes back to them. So that's what I meant by that. I don't have to worry about what they do. So if they tell me to get a license, I already got one on file. I'll just use that. But you already know that I really don't need a license. They should be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. Just know that on that license, it means it's on there exempt, not for hire. With the notice of abatement on it. And for traveling purposes, for my private business. That means I can still travel in my own private car, truck, or scooter, whatever I'm traveling in on. Even if I go do my own work, as far as my business in it, it's still traveling. That's what the Most High told us the other day through his word. Start your own businesses. And that's why they had to say by confession, all things have been given back, even if you have a business. Being an American, Israelite. And you don't have to report to them. I mean, ain't no taxes with it or nothing. Why? Because you're doing it on your own land. So I have to make that clear because, the devil is always trying to play games with words, but there's no games can be played. And I still ain't acquiesced. I ain't gonna never acquiesce. I can't acquiesce now because all the confessions is up. Anything they do is always gonna be charged back to them now because they confessed. There's no such thing as entrapment. Because only one you don't entrap is you when you do bad faith actions. Because the Most High's eyes are in all place, observing the good and the evil. And because you're dealing with all law now without no grace for you, when you start to do evil against an American, talking about me, now you got to face the letter of the law without no mercy. See, I don't went somewhere else with it again. Maybe this is what the important message is for this hour. She confessed, she said, retired means retired. Speaking of that Roman Catholic Pope, by Anna von Rotz. Once you're retired, and that's that. You're owed your pension and your health insurance from the government corporation as in the same way that you would be owed your pension and health insurance from IBM or Walmart or REI. You do not have any further obligations to the corporation. Let's look at the term obligation. And since the Most High has sworn the truth by his own name, and there's none greater, that's what he swore by himself, his word. It would be cool if you agree, but it ain't got nothing to do with your agreement. Because the confessions that confess for all of your agreement has already confessed. You under his jurisdiction. Satan has power over his jurisdiction, and Christ has power over his jurisdiction. And Allah has power over all jurisdiction. That's why Christ said, my Father is greater than I. It so happened, though, that Christ had to be his son, which I am. Obligations are now, Section 1300, obligation, a binding pledge, commitment to fulfill a promise or meet conditions of a bargain. Obligation. When I spoke to the LA County Probation Department in LaSarah about my retirement, they said, I asked them, I said, do I have to sell my soul? I said, no, you haven't. Do I have to pledge allegiance to a flag or anything like that? I said, no. I said, do I owe anybody anything? She said, nope, we owe you. I said, shit, by obligation. That's what they told me. She said, well, if you don't want to give it to me, I said, nah, I'll keep it. So we see what obligation means, but I'm not obligated to them. A binding pledge. See, they already pledged allegiance to all law to do that for me. And they can't get out of it. So every time that you're trying to stop me from even when you try to stop me from using my own, although I was doing was right, even what they told me to do, you tried to use it to the point where you tried to make me, I couldn't go to the bank and pull out my own money. That was bad faith action. And they know it. They saw you do it. Because Most High's eyes are in every place. So right now, I retain the right, all rights reserved to be able to do that if I choose to. Go take the check that you can't stop sending me and go to the bank, even using your notes that you can't stop me from using, and you turn that to lawful money. So every time I use then what they call I'm not under a curse no more. That's what that means. I can use that money. And I already put them on notice in 2017, and they know I'm not lying. So I can use that money. Because she even told you, she said they didn't say that you couldn't use it. They just try to tell you that what they're doing. So I can always use that money. Because it's always lawful money to me, and they can't refuse it. She even said that. I read it to you before. Speaking for that Roman Catholic Pope. And their businesses can't stop me from using it. Because what they do with it anyway at the end of the year, burn it. Like they said in Dead President, money's a bomb. But while it's in my hand, it's alive because I'm not under the curse. So they got to accept it and turn it to lawful money. And then they can burn that bill later. But they can deny me service by using it. They can't do it because they have obligation to me. Because I'm an American. Israelite, as a matter of fact. From the house of Joseph and the tribe of Ephraim. Obligations are now a binding pledge, commitment to fulfill a promise, or meet conditions of a bargain. From old French obligation, duty, responsibility, early 13th century, and directly from Latin obligatium, nominative obligatio, and engaging or pledging, literally a binding, but rarely used in this sense. Noun of action from past particle stem of obligare, to bind up, bandage, figuratively put under obligation. See oblige. The notion of binding with promises or by law or duty, all law. The meaning that which is bound or obliged to do, especially by moral or legal claim, a duty is. From 1600, that of a state or fact of being bound or constrained by gratitude to require benefits, moral indebtedness, or also, see, that's what they said. They bound and constrained by gratitude to requite benefits to me. I don't owe them nothing, but they owe me that. Moral indebtedness, also from 1600 related obligation. No. Let's see, oblige. Oblige is the action words of verb, century 1300, obligation, to bind by oath. Put under moral or legal obligation, devote. Oath, obligare, engage one's faith. Commit oneself, pledge. From Latin obligare, to bind up, bandage. Figuratively put under obligation, from ob to see, plus legere, to bind. To tie, bind, main, modern, meaning to make someone indebted by conferring a benefit or kindness. It's from 1560s. What the Most High says now, I'm loving kindness. And he made them bind to his all law to give me this, his benefit. It's not their benefit, but it's for my benefit. That's why they told me I don't owe them nothing. See what knowledge do for you? He said, knowledge shall make you free. He said, the truth shall make you free. Well, praise all law. Another confession. They are bankrupt. By Anna Von Ritz. They are bankrupt. I keep saying this, but somehow it isn't soaking in. Both the municipal United States and the territorial United States are bankrupt. Your land assets, your labor, your good names, and estates are being offered by them as surety to pay their debts. That's why it was given back to me. They can't pay nothing with mine. If you don't get a move on and reclaim your assets from the bankruptcy slush pile, you will lose everything to foreign creditors or be held as an indentured slave to work off the debt owed to foreign creditors or be disposable or be disposable property owned by foreign creditors of territorial and municipal United States governments, corporations. Now, in fact, you are actually among their priority creditors. Who is she saying this to? The black people. They don't know that they're the American, the Israelite. Now, in fact, you are actually among their priority creditors. The people first on the list to be paid and to receive back assets that these hucklers seized upon. But since you were never told that, now you've been told. And I always object to everything she say because she's still a devil. Because she'll try to slide in if you're not paying attention, but I'm always paying attention. Because I'm a watcher. I'm a seer. Am I boasting in that? No, he made me that. I'm his word. For his eyes are in all places, observing the good and the evil. So I object to everything she say that's evil concerning us. But I accept everything she says as a confession that's in coordinates with the all law of Israel. Why? Because I'm an Israelite prophet. That's my job, to work in the vineyard. Genealogy and temple work. Told you the measurements of the temple. You told me to measure the temple. I'm measuring it. But since you were never told that they seized upon your assets and that they misinterpreted you as a ward of the state, and you don't know that your assets are supposedly standing good for their debts, well, mine not no more. You're just drifting along in la la land thinking that everything is fine as a black person. She don't say that, but she said it before. Fire alarms, ooga ooga, horns, church bells. What does it take? You need to come forward and reclaim your good names and good estate before it's too late. Before another generation of Americans is reduced to slavery as a result of unopposed legal chancery. You need to drag your own property out of the fire sale. That's why I said Jacob shall be a fire, and Judah is going to be a flame, and Esau going to be the stubble. That's what she means. That's what the Most High meant, what she's already confessing to. See, now we're the fire, flaming, and they're the stubble, the dead men. Is it a threat for me? No, that's just what the Most High already told you through knowledge. He's just making it plain. You need to drag your own property out of the fire sale, and then you need to help haul rump to drag your counties and states and friends and neighbors to shore. See, I applaud the Dane Callaways and all these other world, but they're trying to do it. They're trying to build another foundation. I'm just doing it his way, because no other foundation can be laid that which is already laid. And he already said they're gonna confess. Now, American Israelite, all you got to do is confess with your mouth and believe with your heart and that you can be saved. This present situation is the equivalent of Dunkirk. Okay. You have to come home. You ain't got to do nothing to just confess with your mouth and believe with your heart. All the foundations have already been laid. This is a quick work. That's why I say shout it from the rooftops. The internet. The Most High allowed me to lay the foundations in 2017. I went to jail behind it. They came and took all my stuff behind it. Did a lot of threatening behind me, gang stalking, all kind of stuff behind it. He already allowed me to lay the foundation. I put in the claims and all those things. And then behind that, I've corrected the things I didn't know, which was my right to do. Now, since that foundation has already been laid, which is laid upon the foundation that he laid, now all you gotta do is continue the foundation and confess with your mouth and believe with your heart. You ain't got to put in no paperwork. Just confess it. Make your own public statement. And walk by faith, not by sight. Because these liars is always trying to put things in your sight to make you doubt. But put in this mind, there was also in Yahweh that came from all law. And just realize that's a lie. It's a shadow. And they're going to have to give you what's yours. They already gave me what's mine. Meaning, all I got to do is ask. And they got to give it to me. Why? Because the Most High already stored it away from them in their treasury. It's my treasure, but it is in their treasury that they was going to have to keep for me. A mandate is not a law. By Anna Van Ritters, Roman Catholic Pope Prior to Turn. There is no force of law connected to a mandate, which is a private appointment matter. Thus, you see that we provide for decrees of sovereignty and over mandates. Thus, you see that we provide for decrees of sovereignty over mandates. And the Most High already decreed that I'm sovereign, and they said it too. So therefore, the things that they say that I got to do by their mandates, I ain't got to do it all. Like I said, I don't have to stop at a light because it's red. I stop at a light because I love people's lives. I'm talking about especially if I'm in a car or something. I'm not just going to run people over because I can. But I ain't doing it because they told me to. I'm doing it because people's lives are at stake. So if everybody else is stopping at a light, I'm going to stop at a light too in my car. Because I'm not just going to be running over people. That's wicked. But it's not because they told me I can't go through the light, because the light don't mean nothing to me. The lives of the people do. And in that sense, it don't matter what people. I'm not going to run over nobody. Therefore, all the mandates and the proclamations issued by Joe Biden, like masks and you got to take the COVID-19 shot. I can say anything I want to say. I ain't got to. See, you notice I can say the things and they not stopping me from saying nothing. I don't go by those rules. Well, you got to take the code word. Now I just say what it is. And they ain't stopping me because I'm sovereign. Therefore, all the mandates and the proclamations issued by Joe Biden and by the various state governors are not enforceable as public laws that everybody has to obey. Contrary to what many people and even some law enforcement officials are assuming. Like when I go out, all of a sudden you see a sheriff or you'll see a people they call sheriffs and people they call law enforcement, ride out as if I can't speak for what they mean, but when I see them now, I just see them as, well, they working in good faith, even if they're not, because they can't harm me. So it's not putting no pressure on me at all. You got to hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying what people don't do. I'm just saying for me, that's how I think that. Because all law said they can't touch me, and they law said they can't touch me. So I ride around with a good faith attitude towards I trust in all law. Joe Biden and his franchise state governors have no authority to say one word about your health or any procedure related to health concerns unless you are employed by their corporations. See, they got to worry about what he say. I don't. Just as any CEO can mandate, that's why even my businesses that be returned to me, I can open them back up, advertise, use their services, use their information that I used to use as far as background checks and all kinds, and I ain't got to worry about none of that stuff. Why? Because it's my right to use, and I'm not dictated by them. Let me look in your eyes, because the more you be lying, you still looking? It don't matter. I knew you was only gonna be looking. But guess what? All law said I can, and you can't stop me. I did that because I know you was gonna click off. But guess what? Because you clicked off don't mean nothing. And people don't know what I mean. You know, they have the little header up here which said people just watching. At first, when everybody was watching until I said those things. But I still ain't lied. I've proven it to you through the word of all law and their own acknowledgments. So who are you? Nobody. Nobody. That's what Keith Sweat said. And he worked for you. Joe Biden and his franchise state governors have no authority to say one word about your health or any procedure related to health concerns unless you are employed by their corporations. Just as any CEO can mandate that his employees wear a blue uniform. Joe Biden can mandate that his workers get vaccinated, or in this case, take part in an untested experimental procedure. I'm not his employee. Are you an employee or dependent of the brand new U.S. Inc.? Do you work for the Federal Civil Service? Are you a dependent of a Federal Civil Service worker? If not, none of Mr. Biden's mandates apply to you, and they cannot be imposed. If so, it's time to change jobs or tell your unions to go on strike. For the sake of your health, your wealth, your sanctity, and your future, you need to realize that these foreign for-profit corporations in the business of providing essential government services are not trustworthy and not honest and not doing anything good for you. But guess what? They got to adhere to all law, though. So it don't matter what you think. They are parasitizing their own employees and killing off their dependents, who are also their priority creditors, black people, to protect their bottom lines. It's past time that we did our due diligence and discovery to unearth exactly who has been telling these corporate presidents what to do, and started chewing our way up the food chain. Here's something else she wrote. She said, Rome is the problem. Anna von Ritz, Roman Catholic Pope Protestant. Though we wish it were not true and that our brethren in Rome were happy, people content to enjoy life, well, that's her brother. And the beauty of this planet without constantly craving the blood, sweat, and tears of everyone else. History has proven otherwise. Rome has been the center of power, the great navel on this planet, for the past 2,000 plus years. And most of the time, we've all been made miserable for its sake. But the Most High said, for his name's sake, I'm blessed. The children of Israel. So how is the Most High going to invite these Romans to also be part of his kingdom? And they're the problem. She even admitted it, but that's what she just told you. So if you want to understand the power dynamics of the current genocide, you must understand Rome. And you must know Rome is evil by our own acknowledgement. Every tongue shall confess, and every knee shall bow. That says Allah. Rome inherited the same evil from Babylon and Greece and Carthage. But in the peculiarly stubborn way of the Romans, Rome is where the evil has persisted and grown at the expense of every good and living thing. Mount Seir, the Edomites. Observe that Rome has grown and thrived by enslaving everyone generation unto generation. Whether it was the unsavory side of the Roman Catholic Church enslaving everyone to fear of hell and other vicious doctrines, or it was the Holy Roman Empire enslaving everyone to money and economic death or dearth, Rome is dependent on enslavement for its own wealth and power. Now, who did Rome enslave under the verses? It says the Saracens, the M-U-U-Rs, a.k.a. the lost tribe of the house of Israel, according to the One World Totalitarians. So Rome wasn't enslaving, quote unquote, white people. They was only enslaving the lost sheep of the house of Israel under the verses. So stop lying, people, and tell the truth. If not, the truth has already been revealed. You just have to stop being wicked and agree with the truth. She just told you Rome is behind it. And she's the private attorney for Rome. And he said these things by necessity. Why? Because the word of God already predicted it. Already prophesied it. He said, every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess. And you still don't believe the word is true? In the words of a quote unquote Negro I once heard, that's in confession for your ass. You know how people talk. Slavery is on the pillars of Rome, and deceit is the other. She just confirmed what they said in the book, what Most High said in the book of Remembrance of Melchizedek. Let's read it again. And you still think these books of remembrance ain't, or the word of Most High ain't true? Let me read it. Let me find it. The first comes from the Dead Sea Scrolls from a document called the War Scroll. I will share the most important portion here. This is page 49 of the book of Remembrance of Melchizedek, including the little book of John the Revelator. On the day of Enoch, he said, the sons of light and the light of darkness shall battle together for the power of all law. Amid the tumult of a vast multitude and the cries of the Ekadashai and men. It should be a time of distress for all the people redeemed by all law. And among their afflictions, there will have been nothing to equal it, from its beginning unto its end in final redemption, on the day when they shall battle against the Kittim, the enemies of God, the Romans. He shall save them in this battle. Yes, Allah. And if you're wicked and you don't want to watch, look and listen to this, it don't matter. It's not going to change Allah's verdict. You just the spittle that he talked about. You already considered in his eyes as a dead man. Is that a threat from me? No, I read it to you from Allah. The book of Jasher, chapter 90, verse 1 to about 11. At that time, in the 5th year after the children, she just told you that the Romans is behind all that, Esau. At the time of the 5th year after the children of Israel had passed over Jordan, after the children of Israel had rested from their war with the Canaanites, at the time, great and severe battles arose between Edom and the children of Chittim. See, we already rested. But now the battle's between the family of the Romans. At the time, great and severe battles arose between Edom and the children of Chittim, and the children of Chittim fought against Edom. And Abundas, king of Chittim, went forth in that year. You can read about all these people in the book of Genesis. Was it chapter 5, 1 through 10? The Isle of the Gentiles. That is the 31st year of his reign, and a great force with him of the mighty men of the children of Chittim, and he went to Seir to fight against the children of Esau. And Hadad, the king of Edom, heard of his report, and he went to meet him with a heavy people and strong force, and engaged in battle, and with him in the field of Edom. And the head of Chittim prevailed over the children of Esau. And the children of Chittim slew the children of Esau, 22,000 men, and all the children of Esau fled from before them. And the children of Chittim pursued them, and they reached Hadad, king of Edom, who was running before them, and they caught him alive and brought him to Abundas, king of Chittim. And Abundas ordered him to be slain. And Hadad, king of Edom, died in the 48th year of his reign. And the children of Chittim continued their pursuit of Edom, and they smote them with a great slaughter, and Edom became subject to the children of Chittim. And the children of Chittim ruled over Edom, and Edom became under the hand of the children of Chittim, and became one kingdom from that day. Japheth and Esau became one kingdom from that day. And from that time, they could no more lift up their heads, and their kingdom became one with the children of the Chittim, the Romans. And Abinus placed officers in Edom, Salaki. And all the children of Edom became subject to a tributary to Abinus. So really only people supposed to be paying tribute to the Romans is Edom. And they tell you about that in the books of who is Esau Edom. That's why the Most High didn't never suffer the Israelites to be a part of the United Nations. He said, as soon as you become part of the United Nations, then you become subject to Esau, to the Romans. Therefore, that's why he told us to come back to his name and be called an American, and then you're not subject to them. They're subject to me, you, if you're Zion. See, that's all making sense, ain't it? Now, it's right here in his word. And their kingdom became one with the children of Chittim. And Abinus placed officers in Edom, and all the children of Edom became subject and tributary to Abinus, the Abion. Man, the Most High is awesome. I didn't even see that before until right now. That's why he took me to Abion earlier. And the Abion placed officers in Edom, and all the children of Edom became subject and tributary to Abion. And Abion turned back to his own land, Chittim. It ain't America. Where you say Abion was? It wasn't in America. And he just told you that everybody that's Abion, he just told you this is not your land. Praise Almighty Allah. Praise Allah. Hey, didn't you just hear when he said this is not their land? And Abion placed officers in Edom, and all the children of Edom became subject and tributary to Abion. And Abion turned back to his own land, Chittim. And when he returned, he renewed his government and built for himself a spacious and fortified palace for a royal resident, and reigned securely over the children of Chittim and over Edom. But guess what? Because you lied now, the Most High said he took your land too and gave it to me. I got dominion over every land. You know what me means, don't you? Zion. He said Zion should break forth and fill the whole world, the whole earth. It should break forth on the right and the left. So since the Most High has spoken and all law has revealed even more truth, it uncovered the whole earth now. You ain't got a land, the leg to stand on, Satan. Nor Abion. And you know that came from the Most High because I was sitting there right in your face and he told me to go get it. Because I wasn't even thinking about that. He said, I will spread a table before your enemies. Page 49, I would also add a few more scriptures that may be new to many. The first comes from the Dead Sea Scrolls from a document called the War Scroll. I will share the important portion here. On the day of Enoch, said, the sons of light and the lot of darkness shall battle together for the power of all law. Amid the tumult of a vast multitude and the cries of the Ergadashan men. And it should come to pass. There should be a time, and now that's why you're gonna see why they're confused and they're the deceivers. That's why now, since this word is broke out, they realize that they're the deceivers, and they're confused because now the truth cannot be confounded, and they confess this by necessity. Because every tongue shall confess. And on the day of Enoch, said, the sons of light and the lot of darkness shall battle together for the power of all law. Amid the tumult of a vast multitude, and the cries of the Ergadashan men, and it shall be a time of distress for all the people redeemed by all law and among their afflictions. In 2019, he said, we're not going back into captivity. Never again. He said Esau's sin is now being discovered. And they confessing it to it. And there have been nothing to equal it from its beginning until its end and final redemption. And on the day when they shall battle against the Kittim, the enemies of all law, in parentheses, he shall save his people in this battle. His people has just been saved already. All you gotta do is confess and believe with your heart. Confess with your mouth and believe with your heart. You ain't got to put in no paperwork. All you gotta do is just confess it. And stop calling yourself black. But I can't make you do that. If you want to be black, be black. This should be the time of salvation for the people of all law, and the hour of dominion for all men of his lot. Dominion is here. Why? Because I have dominion. This should be the time for the people of all law in their hour of dominion for all the men of his lot. See, you got to be a part of his lot, though. And of a final destruction for all the lot of Belial. Then letting you know right there, even among them, there's a people that the Most High said He's gonna call by His name, and they're gonna come bowing before us and giving us their treasures. But his true lot, He gonna kill all of them. You stop looking like I told a lie. I didn't tell a lie. He said He gonna kill all of them. He did. But somebody got to serve me, so He can't kill all of them. That's why I said they called by His name to be slaves. Because somebody got to answer for all the slavery they put the children of Israel through. You can't kill all of them. Somebody got to be here to be a slave. And I'm going to make you out a liar if you stop watching by this word right here. You're going to have to turn back and start watching it. Or you're just a liar. Amos chapter 9, 1 through 12. Israel shall be sifted among all nations. In the last days, the people of Israel will be gathered again in their own land. Well, he just gathered the rest of you that was blind back to your own land because you saw it. He just told you that the Albines, the Europeans, Japheth, all they family, this is not their land. He said he's going to send them back where they come from. But yet, we're going to still be sovereign there too. Because he said the world is his and the fullness thereof, and the meek, meaning his children, shall inherit the earth. I saw Yahweh standing upon the altar, and he said, smite the lintel of the door, that the posts may shake, and cut them in the head, all of them. And I will slay the last of them with the sword. Nephi 16 and 9. And because of the mercies of the Father unto the Gentiles, and also the judgments of the Father upon my people who are of the house of Israel, verily, verily, I say unto you, that after all this I have caused my people who are of the house of Israel to be smitten, and to be afflicted, and to be slain, and to be cast out from among them. They become hated by them. They become a hiss and a byword, nigger, black colored nigger, darky, jigaboo, monkey, Negro, African American, etc. These are all the words they named you. Moor. Because if you look at the term Moor, that was the term called by the Romans. But they didn't call the M-U-U-R. They called them the M-O-O-R. And I will slay the last of them with the sword. He that fleeth of them shall not flee away. He that escapeth of them shall not be delivered. Proverbs 28 and 1. The wicked flee when no man pursue it, but the righteous are bold as a lion. That's why I'm bold. Amos 2 and 14. Therefore, the flight, why am I bold? Because I have confidence and faith in all law. They told me they better not touch me. And he made the devil tell them they better not touch me. Amos 2 and 14. Therefore the flight shall perish from the swift, and the strong shall not strengthen his force, neither shall the mighty deliver himself. Though they dig into hell, thence shall my hand take them. Though they climb up to heaven, thence will I bring them down. Who are these all talking? Although they exalt themselves as the eagle, we know who that is, the Albine. We just read it earlier. I just read it earlier. Psalm 139, 8 through 9. I ascend up into heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in hell, behold, you are there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea. And though they hide themselves in the top of Carmel, who he said was going to be hiding, they made ashamed. Second Nephi 12 and 10. Oh, you wicked ones, enter into the rock and hide you in the dust, for the fear of Yahweh and the glory of his majesty shall smite you. Alma 12:14. Our words will condemn us, for our words will condemn us, yet all our works will condemn us. We shall not be found spotless. He's talking about the wicked. And our thoughts will also condemn us. He said, even when you're thinking evil, like he brought out the other day, he said, he judges even your thoughts. That's why he exposed them. And our thoughts will condemn us. And in this awful state, we should not dare to look upon our all law. And we would fain to be glad if we could command the rocks and the mountains to fall upon us, to hide us from his presence. Because he said, even hearing your thoughts. Your thoughts is evil. And you condemn for it. I will search and take them out thence. And though they be hid from my sight in the bottom of the sea, this will I command the serpent, and he shall bite them. See, all things work for all of them. What that mean? The serpents in the sea told you, based on the decree of all laws, since now the kingdom has been returned to all laws people in his life, you better not listen to nobody tell you to hurt these good people. Because if you do, I'm going to kill you. So you can't even run the all law to get saved. And then if you try to hide from all law, the devil going to kill you. You ain't got no place to hide. Even though the devil will tell you to do it. He said, you know you can't listen to me. I ain't going to back you. And though they go into captivity before their enemies, this will I command the sword, and it shall slay them. And I will set my eyes upon them for evil and not for good. Jeremiah 21:10, for I have set my face against this city of evil and not for good, says Allah. It should be given unto the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall burn it with fire. See? Babylon gonna burn up Babylon, the king of it. Who is that? The Roman Catholic Pope. That power over his own domain, the devil. That's why he made the confessions by necessity to give the people of all laws lot the knowledge of how to come out of her. And you can't do it as a black people. You got to do it as a holy people called by all laws name, Israel. And this found out that the Albans, this is not their land. This is the land of the American Israelite. From the house of Joseph, from the tribe of Ephraim, the head, his firstborn. And they know all this in the Library of Congress. That's why they had to wait at this time to reveal the books. It was time for the kingdom of Israel. They already know these things. That's why they put the movie up, Coming to America. Who came to America? The great king, only thing, he didn't come from Africa. He was already here in America. And Yahweh, all law of hosts, is he that touches the land. And it shall melt. I thought he just said the devil going to destroy the land. No, he said the devil listens to all law. The devil is doing his work, doing the Most High's work. And all law of hosts is he that touches the land, and it shall melt, and all that dwell therein shall mourn. Come out of her, my people. That's what the Most High says. Unless you suffer her sin. Doctrine and Covenants 101, 23 to 25. And prepare for the revelation which is to come, when the veil of the covering of my temple in my tabernacle, which hideth the earth, shall be taken off, and all flesh shall see me together. So you can't see God except through the Melchizedek priesthood. And every corruptible thing, both man or the beast of the field, he said he's going to destroy man and beast out of Edom, or of the fowls of the heavens, or of the fish of the sea, that dwells upon all the face of the earth, shall be consumed. And also that of element shall melt with fervent heat. And all things shall become new, and my knowledge and glory may dwell upon all the earth. Isn't that what's happening right now? You just found out some more knowledge today. Matter of fact, I can't remember if I did Doctrine and Covenants 101, 23 to 25. Maybe I should write that down and see if what other kind of information can come out of that precept. So bear with me for a moment. I'm gonna write that down just in case. Not today though. And it shall melt, Doctrine and Covenants 101, 23 to 25, and prepare for the revelation which is to come, when the veil of the covering of my temple and my tabernacle, which hideth the earth, shall be taken off, and all flesh shall see me together. And every corruptible thing, both man and of beast of the field. Who was Esau? He was the man of the field, wasn't he? Because Jacob dwelt at home with his mama in tents. Where's a lot of times Jacob dwell right now? Maybe I was clowning. 50 years old, still staying with his mama. I'm not disrespecting Jacob, but I'm just trying to tell you how you can still see things that never changes to reveal the truth. And in righteousness, ain't nothing wrong with you staying home with your mama. That's how a family's supposed to stay together. That don't mean you broke. That was Esau's way of trying to put shame on you to make you leave home. They home with your mama and daddy. That's what the Israelites did in the past anyway. And every corruptible thing, both of man, of the beasts of the field, or of the fowls of the heavens, of the fish of the sea that dwells upon all the face of the earth, shall be consumed. He is telling you right there, all Esau gonna be consumed, like he promised, except the remnant of it, for their purpose, for his name's sake's purpose. And also that of element shall melt with fervent heat, and all things shall become new, and my knowledge and glory may dwell upon all the earth. And all that dwell therein shall mourn, and it shall rise up wholly like a flood, and shall be drowned as by the flood of Egypt. Amos 8:8. Shall not the land tremble for this? and everyone mourn that dwelleth therein, and it shall rise up wholly as a flood, and it shall be cast out and drowned by the flood of Egypt. This time is fire. And you can say at least this type of fire he's talking about. I'm not saying there's not going to be no nuclear fire, but he already told you what kind of fire that's going to start this work, to really finish the work. They're going to destroy themselves, but the work that really destroyed them was this type of fire. Jacob should be a fire, and Ephraim a flame. I mean, putting the fire on them with this word. They're destroying all their lives. Now they ain't got nowhere to hide, so they're going to kill themselves. Literally. That's not our fight. They're going to do it themselves. And it is he that buildeth his stories in heaven. Moses 1:33, and the worlds without number have I created. And I also created them for my own purpose. And by the Son I created them. S-O-N. Which is mine only begotten, the church of the firstborn. Church of the firstborn is his only true son. Amos 3:2, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore will I punish you for all your iniquities. He just told you right there, he only whipped his own children. That's why Esau gets away with so much. But now that their skin, that they make themselves naked, they can't take the truth when he's exposing the truth of how wicked they are to them. And they can't handle it, so they're going to kill themselves. They're going to whoop each other. He said they're going to whoop their own ass. And it is he that buildeth his stories in the heavens and has founded his troop in the earth. He that calleth for the waters of the sea, and that's who made the confessions by necessity, and poured them out upon the face of the earth. All law is his name. Amos 5:8. Seek him that maketh the 7 stars of Orion, and turneth the shadows of death into the morning. See? He said, although I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I don't fear no evil. Why? Because when the day comes, I'm sovereign. That day came, and I am. And make the day dark with night, that calleth for the waters of the sea, and poured them out upon the face of the earth. All law is his name. Moses 2:6-7. And again, all law said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the water, And it was even so, even as I spake. And I said, let it divide the waters from the waters. And it was done. And I, all law, made the firmament and divided the waters, the great waters under the firmament of the waters, which were above the firmament. And it was so even as I spake. And because I'm an oracle of God, everything I'm saying is so. Why? Because it agrees with his word. And I ain't lied to you. I'm helping to create the new heaven. Because I'm one of those guys that came down to help him create, like he said. But this is his word. What other angel you ever heard about boast and brag about them doing the work? The angel always says, especially the righteous angel, get up off your knees and don't worship me, but worship our Father in heaven. To him be the glory. That's how you know I'm a righteous angel. Are you not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me? The Ethiops. Speaking about the Shemites, not the Hamites. You know, I'm saying that because I found out, because somebody told me before that the Ethiopian woman that Moses married was a Hamite. No, we found out through the word that she's more like an Ethiop, not an Ethiopian. Meaning she was not a Hamite, she was a Shemite living in the land of Ethiopia, if you put it that way. Let's go to look at the word Ethiop. He said there's two divisions of them. That's why he gave me the title Nigas. But the Shemitic version, that's from the Shemites, not the Hamites. Ethiop is a noun, late 14th century, from Latin Ethiops, Ethiopian Negro. And then you right there, he said the Negroes didn't come from Ham. In the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary. So out of these Ethiopians, they were the ones called the Negroes. So that means they was the Shemites, the Israelites. Same one Moses married. Moses didn't break the law at all. Late 14th century, from Latin Ethiopians, neither did Joseph. Because he married more likely a Negro from that land. Just in terms. Late 14th century, from Latin Ethiopian, Negro. From Greek Ethiops, long supposed and popular etymology to be from Athenian, to burn plus ops face, compare Ethiops fiery looking. Later sunburned. Who the Homer Ethiopian were in is a matter of doubt. Well, see, they lying again. Or in other words, they just trying to, like somebody said earlier, and I was listening to them. They left it blank. Only if you have the keys, then you'll know. The poet elsewhere speaks of two divisions of them. The people they call Negro, who are truly Israelites, Shemites. The two divisions of them, one dwelling near the rising, the other near the setting of the sun. Both having embrowned visages. He's got to continue again. All these people who are Israelites are Negroes. I'm using terms for description purposes. He has told you all of the righteous from the east to the west are, quote unquote, classified as Ethiop. classified as Negroes. And then once you get to Revelation, then you realize this is the lost children of the house of Israel, who the Most High calls his sons and daughters, Israelites. Can you see that? The poet elsewhere speaks of two divisions of them, one dwelling near the rising, the other near the setting of the sun, both having embrowned visages. From their proximity to the luminary, and both living blissful existence because living amid a flood of light, the Israelites, and as a natural concoction of a blissful existence by the God of nature, blameless and pure by all law, and free from every kind of moral defilement. Charles Anthony note to the first 6 books of Homer, Iliad, 1878. All I got to do is let the knowledge teach. I don't have to take no credit. My people destroyed for lack of knowledge. So what do they mean by, he said, because I change not all law, Jacob is not consumed, based on knowledge. So I ain't got to really, he said, my burden is light, my yoke is easy. I ain't got to take no credit. All I got to do is his work. It's his work. He made it easy for me. All I got to do is read it to you. Like he said, line by line, precept on precept. Brown, the action word of brown is to become brown. From brown, related browned, brownie. Let's look at the term brown, the adjective. Dark, dusky, development of a definite color sense. 13th century from Proto-Germanic brunnis, like bronze. So it's also Old Norse brun, Danish brun, Old Frisian, Old High German brun, Dutch bruin, German braun. From pie, root, beer, bright, brown. This is bright and brown. Why? It illuminates. The Old English word also has a sense of brightness, shining. Preserved only in burnish. The Germanic word was adopted as a Romantic, Middle Latin, Brunish, Italian, and Spanish Bruno from brun. Brown sugar, brown best, brown paper, brown. Brown, the noun, a brown thing or part of a thing. Brown color from brown. Burnish brown. Burnish is an action word, early 14th century, polished by friction. From Old French, burnish, present particle stem of burner. Matatius of brunir, to shine, gleam, sparkle. Also polish, make sparkle, make bright, shine. From brun, brown, polished. The connection to brown might be explained if the original object in mind were wooden ones. So what color is wood? Brown. Like this table I'm sitting at is very dark brown. And if I was put polish on it, although it's going to remain dark brown, it's going to shine. So you put the word on his people, who was Jacob, then they start shining as Israelites and become the light. And once they become the light, then he makes them elite, who I am. And the other people tried to take my identity and told everybody else that they were the elite. And what do all the elite have? All the wealth, right? But it really belong to me. And so if I tell my people that all the wealth belong to me, then all of a sudden I'm saying something that's not right. But yet it's wonderful when they got it. How is that wonderful? They just telling you who I am. And if you are them, he telling you who you are. They're not the one supposed to have the wealth. I am. That's what the Most High gave it back to me. And if you are a part of him, which make you my brother, then it's yours too. But what's mine is not yours. What's yours is not mine. But collectively, we make sure that Israel, the Zion, nobody has lack. That's what he's talking. And you only got to give crumbs from your table to make sure there's enough for anybody that is lacking. Just like he gave the story of the king's son who went out and spoiled his wealth, but then when he came back home, he had his brother to kill the fat of the calf because he had enough stored up to give him everything back to him. And the brother, when he came back humble, he said, it's better just go back to my father's kingdom and I'll be a servant there than to live like a pig somewhere. But not knowing of the mercy of all of the father who is loving kindness for his children, he said, son, stop being so stupid, foolish, son. Come back here and put on this robe and this ring and kill the fat of the calf for you and put you back in your position. You'll never be a servant in my house. You're my son. That's when he woke up to himself and became poor in spirit. But the devil would have had him to stay out there in the pig's pen, saying, they ain't gonna never accept you back. Do what you did. But the good conscience in him said, let me go back home to my father's house. And to his surprise, his father was more loving kindness than he thought. Are you not as the children of the Ethiopians under me, O children of Israel? Says Allah. Have not I brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt? Bondage. And the Philistines from Captor, and the Syrians from Ker. Behold, the eyes of Yahweh Allah are upon the sinful kingdom. Why? It's their time to be judged. He said, you made yourself naked, and now I'm going to discover your sins. And you're going to confess to him, because all tongues shall confess. Psalm 34:15, the eyes of all law are upon the righteous, and his ears are open unto their cry. Doctrine and Covenants 1:1, hearken, all you people of my church. Talking about his people, not made with his church, not made with hands, his people. And he already showed you the measurements of his people that's in his church. The 144,000 high priests. That is the angel who got promoted to being gods. That's why he had to measure a new body for the angels that can fit the body of a God on his level, joint heirs with Messiah. Hearken, O you people of my church, says the voice of him that dwells on high, whose eyes are upon all of men. Yeah, verily I say, hearken you people from afar. that you are upon the islands of the sea. Listen together. Doctrine and Covenants 38:7. But behold, verily, verily, I say unto you, that my eyes are upon you. I'm in your midst, and you cannot see me. See, you doing all this wickedness, but you can't see him. We're here, right here, watching you. You think you sneaking around? You know how people, when you think people can't see you doing like this, and everybody watching you, but you think you doing something in the dark. That's you. Behold, and lo, my eyes are upon you, and the heavens and the earth are in my hands, and the richness of eternity are mine to give. Thank you, Father. Because some of these people don't believe. They think they can stop me from receiving what's mine. He told you yesterday when he was talking, he said he took over 1,000 years to decide of all the riches and righteousness and goodness he can give me, while he was creating me for 1,000 years. And you think your little 5 seconds of flame called your life, you can undo the work that he's already determined and predetermined over 1,000 years when he was making me, and I was the first one he created? You a fool because you don't believe God. A fool says in his heart there is no God. Behold, the eyes of Yahweh Almighty, all law, are upon the sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth. That's something he already promised to do. Doctrines and Covenants 5:33. And there are many that lie in wait to destroy you from off the face of the earth. Who is that? The devil. The same Roman Catholic Pope who already told you don't touch me. And the ones who told him not to do it. And he had to confess it by necessity. The ones that allegedly got rid of him. Because they're all watching you do this to me. So guess what? Most already promised to kill you. So why should I walk around afraid of you? You just bringing your own judgment on you, even like he said. You ain't judging me, you judging you. See you later. No, I won't though. Because remember Moses said, when Pharaoh told him, I never see your face again. He said, you spoken right. You shall never see my face again. But that wasn't a judgment against me, nor was it a judgment against Moses. It was against those who gave the order to try to harm Moses and harm me. He gave them the Pharaoh experience, like he's going to give you. Doctrine and Covenants 5:33. And there are many that lie in wait to destroy you from off the face of the earth. And for this cause, that your day may be prolonged, I have given unto you these commandments. Saying that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, says all law. So he said he's going to destroy all the nations, but he just repeated it again. He's going to destroy all the nations, but he's not going to destroy Jacob, the remnant, the elect. Jeremiah 30:11. For I am with you. And there he said it again. For I'm with you, says all law, to save you. Though I make a full end of all nations whither I scattered you, yet will I not make a full end of you. But I will correct you in measure, and will not leave you altogether unpunished. That punishment is over. If you keep his commandments, and if you are his elect. His lot, the men of his lot. 2 Nephi 3:2-4. And may Yahweh consecrate also unto you this land, which is the most precious land, Once again, he's telling you who land this belongs to. Me. It's not a selfish meter. But you got to confess with your mouth and believe with your heart that you can also be included as man of his life. But I already been determined to be king. So I'm talking about me. Second Nephi 3, 2-4. And may Yahweh consecrate also unto you this land. Let's look at the word consecrate. Consecrate is an action verb. Late 14th century, make or declare sacred by certain ceremonies or rites. Found out yesterday that the true rite that the wicked use as Freemasonry really belongs to me as a Ephraimite. Which comes the hidden knowledge. That's why he gave me the knowledge to reveal to you. And I didn't go to no secret society to learn it. It just came to me by divine decree, because that proves that the crown belongs to me. I ain't never signed up and went to no secret class, no secret society. I ain't never did nothing in bad faith as far as going to try to learn the secret arts or none. I ain't done none of those things. I just happened to get it because I'm his son. That was his divine decree. Late 14th century, make or declare sacred by certain ceremonies or rites. From Latin sacratus, past particle of consecrare, to make holy. And what kind of secret ceremony did I go through? The days of my probation. That's now over. Testing period. That's over for me. Only test I'm trying to receive right now, or you trying to receive, give me is the ones you want me to have because you don't believe who I am. But he's revealing it to you all the time. Because I couldn't have done this work by myself. This is his work. That's evidence for any man that has any kind of sense, common sense. From where he brought me from. To make holy, devote, from assimilation, from calm, with together. To make or declare it sacred. Meaning to devote or dedicate from profound feeling. Is what it says. What avails the scepted race? What the form divine. With every virtue, every grace. Rose a mirror, all were thine. Rose a mirror whose these wakeful eyes may weep, but never see. A night of memories and signs I consecrate to thee. Walter Savage Slender. Even in this, he said, is to the sacred race, the scepted race, or the separate race. It's still by race. Sacred. It's all etymology online dictionary. Sacred is an adjective. Late 14th century, hallowed. His hallowed name. Late 14th century, hallowed, consecrated, are made holy by association with divinity or divine things, or by religious ceremony or sanctions. Past particle, adjective, from a now obsolete verb, sacred, to make holy. Well, you know when he's talking about now obsolete. Nah, everything that's original that came from all law is still intact. You're the one obsolete. Central 1200 from Old French secure, consecrate, anoint, dedicate. See, even definitions is telling you I've been anointed. And that's not a selfish, it's just obvious through definition, based on his word. Because this is his work. And his work is saying, making it obvious to you, if you have eyes to see or tell the truth. But I'm going to still give him the credit, because it's his work. I'm his work. Directly from Latin secare, to make sacred, consecrate, hold sacred, immortalize. See? I've been immortalized. Set apart, dedicate. That's why he said he gave me the land and all the promises. And all his promises is yes and amen. Genitive sacred, dedicated, holy. It says a curse, but now that don't fit. Because it said the curse is done away. So I ain't going to use that. OED writes that in sacred, well, the fact that you were cursed, that was the ceremony that this came to. And all you that came through without complaining, just like in the wilderness, now you've obtained the blessing. Because he hates complainers. Not knowing that he said, if you suffer with me, you reign with me. So if you take it from the standpoint you suffered, and he said the suffering is over for his lot, now you're reigning with it. I'm reigning with it. And I ain't suffering. The stuff that people do around me, that's just to condemn them because he gonna kill them. He just told you. But I still ain't suffering. And I ain't complaining because I ain't ever complained. Tell the truth if you ever heard me complain. I ain't complained one time. Why? Because I know all law word is true. OED writes that in sacred, and guess what? You shouldn't complain about since he gave me everything is mine and everything is mine now. So you shouldn't be complaining when I got it. And when I be driving around with it. And when I go do what I want to do with it. You shouldn't complain either. Because I didn't complain when you're doing what you're doing to me. So you shouldn't complain. So in other words, give me my chips with dip, Wigger. And I ain't talking about real potato chips, although I'm going to watch some of them too. Wigger and nigger. The original people, notion, sacred, the original people. Why is all this truth just popping off the pages? Let's go see who the original people are. Israeli. Let's go there first. See who the original people are. Is the Israeli or is it the Israelite? The original people. Israeli was a noun. Citizens of the state of Israel. 1948 from Israel. Hebrew national suffix, definition suffix. Also used in English as the adjective. 1948 distinguishes the citizens of modern state from the ancient people who had been known in English since 14th century as Israelites. See, Israelite. He just said the Israelites are the original people. Israelite is a noun, mid-14th century, a Jew, one of the people of ancient Israel, a descendant of Israel or Jacob. From Latin, Israelite, from Greek, Israelites. From Israel, see Israel, the Middle English adjective of Israelis, Old English Israelisk, sometimes Israelitish. Coverdale, 1530s, Israelitic, century 1600, from late Latin Israelitas. All right. Hold sacred, immortalize, set apart, dedicate, The original people. Notion as procrastination indicates this disappeared from the use of the word, which is now nearly synonymous with L, letter L, capital L, saith. This is from Old Latin sacris, from pi root sac to sanctify. Buck groups it with Oscan sacrian Umbrian sacra and calls it a distinctive italic group without any clear outside connections. Devon has it from pi root sync to make sacred, sanctify, and finds cognates with Hittite, Sekala custom rights, Zankilla to find, punish. So the Hittites is not the Israelites, though. But because of everything they do, they reversed it and put it on us, but it's really my right to do to them. To fine and to punish them. That's part of the covenant for Israel. To do this to them. He said, as you have done it to them, this is Ezekiel 35. And as you have done it to them, I'm going to do it to them to you. But I'm going to do it to you 200%. He said he's going to do it to you double. It's in Revelation 18. That's what you got to look forward to. And you got the audacity to try to keep me out of your store. And I'm going to shut your store down. And you ain't going to never work there again. Why? Because he gave me the ability to do it. And since you treated me like that, guess who else is going to get treated like that? But I'm going to do it to you double. That's the word. I can't change his word. I got to do that to you. Or unless I'm going to make him a lie. And I can't do that. Your alternative to that is to make sure that I'm blessed. Therefore, you might be able to stay around and work for me. So when I come into your store, you should have food and different things already in bags for me to just gonna walk out with. That ain't gonna hurt you. Oh, there you go, trying to get something for free. No, that's something you need to do. Like forever. Because you're the one that's at risk, not me. So when I walk into your stores, when I walk into your restaurants, when I walk into your establishments, and you find out what I like and I ask for it, you should go in and back that up and let me walk on out with it. And don't try to hold it against me like I stole something. But, that's up to you. You already heard what the words say about that. And I ain't trying to get nothing from you for free. It's mine anyway. But I ain't gonna make you do that though. But you should just do that out of the goodness of your heart towards all law, that he might have mercy on you. The Latin nationalized form of sincere, you do that to your celebrities and stuff, don't you? They don't pay for stuff, and they can't do nothing for you. You do that to me, Allah might see it, and he might have mercy on you. That's why you're doing it. But I ain't gonna make you do that right now anyway. You do that out of the goodness of your heart, that he may see it. He said, he who blesses you shall be blessed, and he who curses you shall be cursed. That's the word. And when you're trying to make me not be in your store behind frivolous things like put my bike in your store when I've been doing it all the time, and you listen to the devil, then that's not good faith action, and he saw that too. The Latin nationalized from sincere, make sacred, confirm, ratify, ordain as a saint sanction. We talked that's all about race. I just read it to you. And that race is what they call Negroes, who he calls Israelites. And Paul said this. He's bombarding you with truth that you can't deny. With all scripture, you still got to verify by precept because they'll still always try in there. But this one is the truth. Romans 9, 1-5, New International Version, NIV. Paul's anguish over Israel. I speak the truth in Christ. I am not lying. My conscience confirms it through the Holy Spirit. I have great sorrow and unceasing anguish in my heart, for I could wish that I myself were cursed and cut off from Christ for the sake of my people, those of my own race, the people of Israel. Theirs is the adoption to sonship. Theirs the divine glory, the covenants, the receiving of the law, the temple worship, and the promises. Theirs are the patriarchs, and from them is traced the ancestry of Messiah, who is all law over all, forever praised. Amen. And when I said that, don't make me, I don't want you to feel like I'm making you do anything at this time. This is your test. If it's your will and good faith towards Yahweh and all law to let me walk out of your store with everything I ask, as you say, for free, don't turn around and say I stole it, because he's watching that too. Because I didn't make you do it. You did it out of your own accord, by your good faith conscience. And don't try to poison me or do anything like that to me, because he's watching that too. Because he said if you poison me, he's going to poison you and your whole family, because he's going to do it to you double. Because he already promised to wipe you off the face of the earth. Now, if you fear the law, do anything you do for me in good conscience, good faith. And everything is my right to have, you must do it in good faith. But I'm just putting it out there so you won't feel like I'm making you do anything like that. You right now, you have the free will to make things good, because he gave you an opportunity to make sure you get back 4 times what you take. That you don't be wiped off the land. But you already been promised to be wiped off the land, but it's all progressive. But the kingdom is already here for me. I'm sovereign. You even admitted it. But at this time, in good faith towards you, I'm going to give you opportunity to make things right towards me and my people, who are my brethren, Most High's people. Because it's coming a time through this progressive kingdom transition, that you will be put off the land. He's already spoken. And don't come running behind him talking about he just wants something for free. Well, at that point, then it's not good faith. And you complaining. You're going to be just like the children of Israel. You complain, he's not pleased by that. And I'm not going to even come in your store as far as because I can pay for it. So I'm not going to come in your store expecting you to do. Not right now, anyway. But in the near future, I will. This is your opportunity to be able to remain into the morning, not swept off the land. So I'm gonna come with my money in my hand to pay for what I want. But if you hear it in your heart to do what's right, and you decide to go and say, "No, man, you keep that. This is yours." I'm gonna say shalom to you. I'm gonna keep it moving. But they got to be forever, though. Because that's the word say. You got to do that forever. You got to serve me forever. But you got your own people that's still paying you money. So it ain't like you going to be broken up. But if you decide to eventually just say you ain't going to do that, then he said, if you bless me, you're going to be blessed. That's what he's talking about. But if you curse me, you're going to be cursed. You're going to take all you got and give it to me anyway. That's why you're going to be coming continually to bring in your wealth to me. The people of Israel, theirs is the adoption to sonship. Theirs the divine glory, the covenants, the receiving of the law, the temple worship, and the promises. Theirs are the patriots, and from them traced the bloodline ancestry of Messiah, who is all law over all nations of people. Forever praised. Amen. It is so. But he already told you that he's only the God of Israel, the Father of Israel, but he's still his dominion reigns over all nations. Let me go back to sacred, where I was at. The meaning of or pertaining to religion or divine things. And now we found out our religion is based on the word. That's the lifestyle by the instructions of all law. It's not a dogma. It's a way of life. Opposed to secular or profane. As I can tell you, opposed to secular or profane religion. Your churches. Is by century 1600 transferred sense of entitled to respect or reverence. See, you've been told that I feel like I'm walking around like I'm entitled to that. No, he just told you I am. Figurative sense of one who or that which must be. Well, I was at one time criticized, but now I'm not going to use that term either. Saint. So now, as an adjective, sanctity, holy, divinely inspired, worthy of worship. Used before proper names. Saint, or they're using their people, I ain't going to use that. Holy, pious, devout. And it's not walking around going, that is not holy. How is that holy when you got people walking with all robes on, all these different things, and then doing it to little boys and they behind? Is that holy? From Latin sanctus, holy, consecrated, past particle of sincere, consecrate, see sacred. It displaced or altered Old English saint, which is directly from Latin sanctus, from an adjective prefix to name of a canonized person. Well, see, that's a lie. See how they keep on trying to put their knowledge into the truth? It said a specific canonized Christian. See, only Christians are canonized. And I'm not a Christian. I'm an Israelite. This is also one of the elect. Now he's talking about me. A member of the body of Christ, one consecrated or set apart to the service of all law. That means working in the vineyard. And my job description is genealogy and temple work. To return the sons and daughters of all law back to the Father through genealogy and temple work. Then it told the truth again. Also in the Old Testament sense, a pre-Christian prophet. He just told you the true prophets are from Israel, Israelites, and we're not Christians. It is attested by late 13th century as moral or virtuous person, one who is pure or upright in heart and life. Do what's right, according to all law. Saint. Psalm 148 and 14. He also exalted the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints. Even of the children of Israel, a people near unto him, praise ye Yahweh, all law. Psalm 50 and 5. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. Psalm 55 through 7. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. And the heavens shall declare his righteousness. For all law is judge himself. That's why I say swear by himself. He don't need your approval. And everything that is mine by right, you can't deny me. You got to do it like right now, as soon as I request it. He already told you that yesterday. Now, what is yours, that's yours right now, that's why I told you I'm not going to walk into your store demanding that you give me something that's yours. But if you heard his message and you want to, and you know he speaks the truth, and you decide that you want to start doing good faith towards me and his people who are righteous, then if you put in a bag full of groceries or whatever is, if I walk in a car dealership and you decide just going to give it to me, because you owe it to me anyway, but without my money, and say, go on, man, I'm doing this towards all law, that I might be able to remain, then do it. And I'm going to say, shalom unto you. But I ain't going to sit there forcing you to give me nothing that's yours. That's why I said, I'm going to ask for what's mine by right. But if you do it because you fear all law and you want to do and find to get in his good favor, because you're kissing the people to people's ass all the time anyway, why not kiss his? He's the only one can save you. You do it to celebrities and different ones who can't do nothing for you. No, don't worry about it. It's an honor to get this to do this for you. Well, let it be an honor to do it for me. It'll get you farther than doing something for them. Hear, O my people, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will testify against you. I am all law, even your power. And I will destroy it from off the face of the earth, saying that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, says all law. 2 Nephi 3, 2 and 4. And may Yahweh consecrate also unto you this land. See, he consecrated unto him. Can't be taken from him. And may all law consecrate also unto you this land, which is a most precious land for your inheritance, and the inheritance of your seed with your brethren, for your security forever. If it so be that you shall keep the commandment of the Holy One of Israel. And now Joseph, my lastborn, whom I have brought out of the wilderness. See, Joseph was his lastborn that was brought out of the wilderness. But through the promise, his seed became the firstborn, Ephraim. And now Joseph, my lastborn, whom I have brought out of the wilderness of mine afflictions. See, he's already brought out Joseph from the house of his afflictions, out of bondage. May Yahweh bless you forever, for your seed shall not utterly be destroyed. For behold, you are the fruit of my loins, and I am a descendant of Joseph, who was carried into Egypt. And great were the covenants of Yahweh which he made unto Joseph. 2 Nephi 6, 10 through 11. And after they have hardened their hearts and stiffened their neck against the Holy One of Israel, behold, the judgments of the Holy One of Israel shall come upon them. And the day cometh that they shall be smitten and afflicted. Wherefore after they are driven to and fro, for thus says the angel, many shall be afflicted in the flesh, and shall not be suffered to perish, because of the prayers of the faithful. They shall be scattered and smitten and hated. Nevertheless, Yahweh will be merciful unto them. Talk about the seed of Jacob, of Joseph. Talk about the house of Ephraim. The seed of Ephraim, the house of Joseph, the tribes of Ephraim, here in America. That when they shall come to the knowledge of their Redeemer, they shall be gathered together again to the lands of their inheritance. Now he's talking about the whole house of Israel, the lands of their inheritance. America is the land of my inheritance, because I'm of the house of Joseph, the tribe of Ephraim. I'm an American Israelite. Second Nephi 20 through 21. And it shall come to pass in that day that the remnant of Israel, and such as are escaped of the house of Jacob, shall no more again stay upon him that smote them, but shall stay upon Yahweh, the Holy One of Israel, in truth. The remnant shall return, yea, even the remnant of Jacob, unto the mighty God, Allah. For lo, I will command, and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations. Sift. That's the scattering of Israel. That's why Yahweh told Peter, Satan desires you to sift you as wheat. And there's a desire of Satan because of the sin of the children of Israel about breaking the commandments. He did sift them. Scattering of Israel. He told Peter a prophecy that Peter didn't really understand. For lo, I will command and I will sift the house of Israel. See, Satan only does the Most High's work. He works for Most High. That's why when I stand on this truth and I walk in this truth, it becomes Satan's will to flee from me and to give me everything that's mine. So I said, when I make you rich, son of man, speaking of me, he said, I ain't going to add no Satan to it. And Satan going to just give it to you without bothering you. Because Satan works for the Most High. For lo, I will command and I will sift the house of Israel among all the nations. Who did he sift among the house of Israel among all the nations? The ones that he called MUURs, aka the lost sheep of the house of Israel. For lo, I will command and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations. And the precept was the 10 lost tribes of Israel. That's what Messiah said, I come not except for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. That's who I came for. I was sent to you. That's why I'm speaking as an oracle of Messiah. I'm his ambassador, and I'm a king. And I'm a God. And I came to make this happen by his word, to create the kingdom. And I read all this to you. I just didn't think it myself. I proved it in the word. And he's proven it through his work, which is me. He said, me and my Father are one, and then I'll make you one with me and the Father. And we'll be one. See how he's making everything fit as one? He said, I will make you sit at my right hand on my throne, even as I am sitting at my Father's right hand on his throne. I'm joint heirs with him. And it happened right before your eyes. And it's only going to get better from here. And there was no sign, and my ear was just itching. Because how y'all be looking. Like a corn is sifted in a sieve, yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth. Malachi 3:6, for I am all law. I change not. Therefore, you sons of Jacob are not consumed. All the sinners of my people shall die by the sword, because you're clinging to Esau. Which say, the evil shall not overtake nor prevent us. That's because Esau told you that you're okay. He going to protect you. Esau can't even protect himself. How you going to protect you? Confront. It says, all the sinners of my people shall die by the sword, which say, the evil shall not overtake nor confront us. That's what the evil people saying right now. Because Esau, the devil gave you a false promise that he ain't gonna keep to you because he can't keep it. He got to obey all law. That's why he told you not to touch me. But yet he told you that you're gonna be all right. He was lying to you. Because he's gonna kill you. In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof, and I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old. The tabernacle of David. In this day. Acts 15:15-17, and to this agreed the words of the prophets, as it is written. After this I will return, and I will build again the tabernacle of David, which is fallen down, and I will build up again the ruins thereof, and I will set it up, that the residue of men might seek after Yahweh, and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called, says Yahweh, who doeth all these things, the temple. This is all about measuring the temple, and I already told you the measurements of it, and I'm telling you it now. Even to the Gentiles who hear this called by his name, I wasn't just talking when I said you should do that. This is your test. You should just allow me to walk out with anything I want out of your stores. Now, of course, I'm going to show you the courtesy. I'm going to come to the counter with money in my hand. But you should say, no, we know now. Go and take that with you as a token towards our good faith, that maybe Allah will see it and have mercy on us. It ain't like giving that to me. It's going to hurt you. Your people going to still give you money. You're going to still have it. But only if you can see this, called by his name. I'm not going to make you do that now. This is your test. But guess it's coming a time during this progression that the Most High going to give the word, and I'm just going to take it. That's a promise in the word. But right now, he's giving you mercy. That they may possess the remnant of Edom. Obadiah 1:17, but upon Mount Zion shall be deliverance. And there shall be holiness, and the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions. See? I didn't lie to you again. See, right now I'm just asking for what is mine by right, because that's my right to do. But at that time, when that happens, and it's going to happen, he said, I'm going to possess your possession, including you. So it'll be to your best interest to make sure that you bless me right now. And what I mean me, I'm talking about Zion, the righteous. But me too, because I'm talking about me. I'm going to talk for me. Because I already made my confession and I walked in good faith. But the righteous that also, and you know who they are, if they do the same, do for them. That's in Israel. When they confess with their mouth. Second Nephi 24:1-2, for Yahweh will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel. See, he's gonna have mercy on the whole bloodline of Jacob anyway. But his chosen is called Israel. So if you see any Israelite, you should try to bless them. But you best assured better try to bless Israel, the elect, Zion. Because why? I'm the judge. Obadiah 1:21, and saith shall come up on Mount Zion to do what? Judge the Mount of Esau. And the kingdom shall be all laws. Second Nephi 24, 1-2. For Yahweh will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land, and the strangers shall be joined with them. Talking about the remnant of Jacob. I mean, the bloodline of Jacob, but Israel is the elect, Zion. That's why we come back to make sure that among Joseph's people, and Ephraim, and even the remnant of Jacob, who is the elect, to wake them up to this knowledge so they can join with us. And they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place. Yeah, talking about that's what your job is for. Edom, to make sure we don't have no want. That's only the remnant of you. Isaiah 16:14, and the sons also of them that afflicted you shall come bending unto you, and all they that despise you shall bow themselves down at your soles of your feet, and they shall call you the city of Yahweh, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel. What does that mean? Yeah, they're gonna come bending at the feet too, but that's just a show that he's doing the internet. What he's saying is, when we come in, if you still have a store, when we come to your stores, you're gonna treat me like the king. You ain't gonna be accusing me and trying to put me out under false pretense, talking about you can't bring your bike in here. Well, I'm gonna say, well, you can have your store on my land. That's why I'm trying to show you this truth. So when I come into your store, you should treat me like you treat them celebrities, although I'm greater than them. And you know all law is watching. So you should say, no, your money is not good here, sir. Your money is not good. Take food, everything you want. Take whole store you want. Nah, I don't want the store, brother. I'm not that greedy right now. Just give me what, I'm here to pay for it, but if you show desire, because you just want to show good faith towards all law, do this bag of everything I request for, put in the bag and say, no, on me. Don't worry about it. And don't expect nothing from it. Then I'm going to say to Allah, shalom. And he'll see it, and he might have mercy on you. That's what it means. That's what it really means to bow down to my feet. The sons also of them that afflicted you shall come bending unto you, and all they that despise you shall bow themselves down at the soles of your feet, and they shall call you the city of Allah, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel. Matthew 10:14, and whosoever shall not receive you nor hear your words, when you depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust off your feet. Isaiah 49:23, and kings shall be your nursing fathers, and their queens your nursing mothers. They shall bow down to you with their face toward the earth, and lick up the dust of your feet. And you shall know that I am all law, for they shall not be ashamed that wait for me. Obadiah 1:17, but upon Mount Zion shall be deliverance, and there shall be holiness, and the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions. 2 Nephi 24:1-12. For Yahweh will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel, and set them in their own land, and the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. And the people that shall take them and bring them to their place, yet from far unto the ends of the earth, and they shall return to their lands of promise. And the house of Israel shall possess them. He just told you that the Kittim went back to their land of promise. But guess what? At this time, Israel is the king of the earth. So you'll come from your land of your low promise with all your goods and bringing them to us as a tribute. That's in Isaiah. Let us go up to the house of the Lord. He said, if you will not do this, he said, you ain't gonna get no rain. No blessing. And the house of Israel shall possess them. And the land of Yahweh shall be for servants and handmaids. So they just told you the whole thing, because since now that the whole land belongs to Israel, even your land that you thought you belonged, that you was over, you still gonna be our servants and handmaids. So you got to come up and bring up your wealth to me. And they shall take them captives, or to who they were captives, and they shall rule over their oppressors. So on today, I'm gonna stop right there. Most High say the same. We'll continue. Told you I don't know how long this is gonna be, but it might be going for a while. So the Most High has spoken, and you can't say he lied. And what you decide to do is on you. Because in the long run, his will be done. All praises to the All-Father, the Most High, Allah, in the name of Yahweh, in good faith, works.